continuing to work on things that you'll be hearing about in the near future, that even today, sitting here right now, you wouldn't believe it's possible. We have found the answers. We have found answers to things that people said would not be possible, certainly not in a very short period of time.
Shiver in the dark, it's raining in the park, but meantime, sound of the river, you stop and you hold everything. A band is blowing Dixie, double fall time. You feel alright when you hear the music ring. Step inside, but you don't see too many faces. Coming in out of the rain, they hear the jazz go down. Competition in other places, but the horns, they blowing that sound. Way on down south, way on down south, London town. Check out Guitar George, he knows all the chords. But it's strictly rhythm, he doesn't want to make it cry or sing. If then an old guitar is all he can afford, when he gets up under the lights to play his thing, then Harry doesn't mind if he doesn't make the scene. He's got a daytime job, he's doing alright. He can play the honky-tonk like anything, saving it up Friday night with the Sultans, with the Sultans of Swing. Young boys, they're fooling around in the corner, drunk and dressed in their best brown baggies in their platform soles. They don't give a damn about any trumpet playing band. It ain't what they call rock and roll. And the Sultans, yeah, the Sultans play Creole. Creole. Sultans, We are the sultans of swing. That's the way you do it. You play the guitar on the MTV. That ain't working. That's the way you do it. Money for nothing and you chase for free. Now that ain't working. That's the way you do it. Let me tell you, them guys ain't dumb. Maybe get a blister on your little finger. Maybe get a blister on your thumb. We got to install microwave ovens, custom kitchen deliveries. We got to move these refrigerators. We got to move these color TVs. The little faggot with the earring and the makeup. Yeah, buddy, that's his own hair. The little faggot got his own jet airplane. The little faggot, he's a millionaire. We got to install microwave ovens, custom kitchen deliveries. We got to move these refrigerators. We got to move these color TVs. Move on, move on. She got it sticking in the cameraman. Oh, we could have some. And he's up there. What's that? Hawaiian noises. He's banging on the bongos like a chimpanzee. Oh, that ain't working. That's the way you do it. Get your money for nothing. Get your chicks for free. We got to install microwave oven, custom kitchen delivery. We got to move these refrigerators. We got to move these color TVs. Listen here, now, that ain't working. That's the way you do it. You play the guitar on the MTV. That ain't working. That's the way you do it. Money for nothing and your chicks for free. Money for nothing. Chicks for free. Money for nothing. Chicks for free. Ooh, and money for nothing. Chicks for free. Money for nothing. Chicks for free. easy money. Easy, easy checks for free. Easy, easy money. Checks for free. That ain't working.
People in our country illegally can self-deport the easy way, or they can get deported the hard way, and that's not pleasant. The Biden administration exploited the CBP One app to allow more than 1 million aliens to illegally enter the United States. Now my administration is launching the CBP Home app to give people in our country illegally an easy way to leave now and self-deport voluntarily. If they do, they could potentially have the opportunity to return legally at some point in the future. But if they do not avail themselves of this opportunity, then they will be found, they will be deported, and they will never be admitted again to the United States, ever again. You're never coming in. Using the CBP Home app to leave the United States voluntarily is the safest option for illegal aliens and our law enforcement. It also saves the U.S. taxpayer dollars and valuable CBP and ICE resources. And all of those resources are necessary to focus on dangerous criminal aliens. And that's what we're focused on. The CBP Home app is now available free across all mobile app stores. And I encourage those who have violated our laws to use this option today. Do it right and come back into our country. Do it wrong and you'll never be back again.
Today, every inhabitant of this planet must contemplate the day when this planet may no longer be habitable. Every man, woman, and child lives under a nuclear sword of Damocles, hanging by the slenderest of threads, capable of being cut at any moment by accident or miscalculation or by madness. The weapons of war must be abolished before they abolish us.
Down
Always pray to have eyes that see the best, a heart that forgives the worst, a mind that forgets the bad, and a soul that never loses faith. In the midst of life's challenges, may you always find the strength to focus on the positive, let go of grudges, and maintain hope. Embrace the beauty in the world and in others, and keep your faith shining bright. After all, a hopeful soul is unstoppable.
God said, let the weak say that I'm strong, and let the poor say that I'm rich. Despite what we see, why is he telling us to say? Apparently the power is in the say. Apparently when you say I'm strong, strength shows up. When you say I'm healed, healing shows up. You don't say what you have what you say. You don't say that I'm hurting. You don't say if it ain't this is that. You don't say that I'm sick. You don't say that I'm broken. You don't say that I'm depressed. You don't say that I'm not well. You don't say that I'm not good enough. You don't say that I'm not strong enough. You don't say that you won't make it out. You say giants. The bigger they are, the harder they fall. You say I am strong. You say I am powerful. You say greater is he. You say all things are working out. You say the promises. It ain't denial. It's just dog. So you don't say that I got cancer. You say he was wounded for my transgression and bruised for my iniquity. The chastisement of my peace was upon him, and by Jesus' stripes I'm healed. You ain't gotta listen to what the world say. Of course you're supposed to be crazy. It takes crazy faith to believe that all things are possible. It takes crazy faith. So let the weak say that I'm strong. Let the poor say that I'm rich. Let the broken say that I'm whole. And let the sick say that I'm healed. In Jesus' name.
To start to mold a new reality closer to the heart, closer to the heart. Blacksmith and the artist reflected in their art. They forged their creativity closer to the heart. Yes, closer to the heart. Philosophers and plowmen each must know his part to sow a new mentality closer to the heart. Yes, closer to the heart. Yes.
There are people that are still waiting to meet you that will help you. There are places that are still waiting that you will go. There are hearts that are broken, waiting to hear the words that you have to speak. There are minds that are uncertain, waiting to see you standing in your power and your calling. And even though it feels right now like this is all consuming and never ending, there is purpose even in this pain. There is purpose even in this pain. And this pain will lead you to a place of healing. And that healing will create the story that you will tell that will change the lives of those behind you. And I know it's hard right now. And I know you want to give up. But I also know the world needs you.
Welcome to Patriot News Broadcasting, guys. How you doing? Good to see you. It was actually pretty nice today, wasn't it? You guys were saying that in the chat. I saw that. I think Alice there is kind of covering my head up. She's thinking. She was waiting for the JFK files earlier, and surprisingly, they finally dropped some. I was starting to think they weren't going to do it today because there was some kind of review, and we'll talk about that too. So far, they've only dropped 1,200 pages of the 80,000 to come, so there's that. But let's get into it. Let's get started. The JFK files, told you have 1,200. I mentioned that. See, I'm already ahead of myself. There's already some cliff notes put out. Let's take a look. JFK's assassination was explicitly orchestrated by a deeply covert, high-level coalition involving elements from within the CIA, FBI, U.S. military-industrial interests, organized crime factions, international banking elites, covert global power structures, aka shadow government factions. Primary reasons for his assassination: Executive Order 11110. He explicitly, energetically threatened the Federal Reserve and international banking control by attempting to restore currency issuing authority directly to the U.S. Treasury. CIA and intelligence exposure. He intended to dismiss. Kind of so far the basic stuff. Yeah. Everything you already know so far. And I thought that was funny. When your internet friend hasn't posted in a while and you aren't sure if they've been banned, killed by the feds, or taking a break to plant a garden or feed their sourdough starter. Sound like a couple of you guys? Somebody suggested that these files may contain a private letter from Jackie Kennedy to President Lyndon Johnson after the assassination, along with missing conspiracy footage. I don't know who exactly, but they haven't been out very long, so really I don't think anybody's had time to go through anything. The U.S. Justice Department orders national security lawyers to review the documents. That was what I was talking about earlier today, and that was why I was beginning to think that they might not come out today, or that they... I mean, why? Why? I don't know. You would think they would have already done that, but if you're going to hide things that are national security concerns, it's not very transparent. You can't have it both ways. It either is transparent or it isn't. You know. If you know, you know. Let's talk about this. Or let's see.
The American people will have their hands on these documents, and there will be a story to tell. I won't preview that story, but let me tell you, the American people are truly going to be shocked at what they see.
He says we'll be shocked. What do you guys think? I guess I have a lot of reading to do tonight, don't I? Is that it? It's okay. We got a lot of other news and things and this and that's to go through and people to watch and all that good stuff.
I'm going to teach you how to find the JFK files as soon as they're released, because this is something Trump has ordered, and it's going to be a huge deal. You're going to go to archives.gov, and you're going to find a page that is specifically for the...
It's easy just to go to archive.gov/JFK, but...
JFK assassination files. As you can imagine, they get a lot of requests about this at the National Archives. You're going to look for the master page that has all of the different JFK assassination records on it. You can also find that at archives.gov/research/JFK. Once you're on that page, you're going to notice that they have different sections, but the primary one to look at is the released files, which goes by year. The latest is 2023. And of course, you can look at all the different reports like the Warren Commission and other different ways of finding material or sorting by name.
And so now the new ones are up at, say, 2025. And, yep, it's a whole lot of reading to do. It literally just came out when I was finishing all this up, so I had to add some of it in, actually. Excuse me. The Hyatt Harris, whose name is byword for dim politics, dies at 101. Cindy Pritzker, the widow of the Hyatt Hotel's founder, Jay Pritzker, passed away on Saturday. I guess we missed that one. I wonder if that's J.B. Pritzker's mother. I don't know. No clue, to be honest with you. I thought this was interesting because he has the check mark next to his name. How do you confirm a file? I don't know. Isn't that a little odd? You say that's odd, guys? I don't know if we'll get all answers. Definitely not today. There's not that much time left in the day to read 1,200 pages. Delta for the day, panic mode, enjoy the show. Yeah, I'm going to be doing a lot of reading. And again, that's where you can go. archives.gov/JFK. All right. Moving forward, speaking of files being released, Secretary of Defense Hegseth has ordered all files on Benghazi to be unclassified. That's going to be a whole interesting can of worms right there, guys. Doge uncovers Biden's $375 billion slush fund allegedly tied to Clinton's campaign manager. I wonder which one, if it's John Podesta or Huma Abedin. One of those particular Q posts says to follow Huma. We'll see if she makes the news. People are still burning Teslas.
Want to bring you now to some breaking news. This is the NBC affiliate with a live picture in Las Vegas. We are just learning that multiple cars were reportedly set on fire at a Tesla service center early this morning. So as that investigation continues, they are setting up for their live shot. This is Las Vegas MPD Communications receiving information that several vehicles on fire in a parking lot, causing some damage to the property. In the meantime,
and it could have something to do with this. A website named DogeQuest has allegedly published the names, addresses, and phone numbers of Tesla owners across the United States, featuring an interactive map and a Molotov cocktail mouse cursor. Woo! Isn't that cool? Shit. That's not cool. And obviously the rest of it, the dealerships and the service centers, you can find yourself online. Not that I'm saying do something. Don't do that. Got it? I actually don't get it, to be honest with you. People, I just don't think people get what he's doing. But anyway, moving forward, we're going to watch some a Derek Johnson interview tonight, interestingly enough, here in a little bit. Hunter Biden has had Secret Service protection for an extended period of time, all paid for by the United States taxpayer. There are as many as 18 people on his detail, which is ridiculous. That is ridiculous. Holy shit. So, yeah, this was yesterday. He pulled Hunter Biden's Secret Service detail. He's vacationing in South Africa. Interesting. You think he's going to pull his service while he's in South Africa? Interesting. And Ashley Biden has 13 agents. How do you need 13 agents to protect you? That's terrible. So, Trump had a big phone conversation with Putin today. I would say there were mixed results at best. This was what Trump said. My phone conversation today with President Putin was a very good and productive one. We agreed to an immediate ceasefire on all energy and infrastructure with an understanding that we will be working quickly to have a complete ceasefire and ultimately an end to this very horrible war between Russia and Ukraine. And so, you know, seemed all good at first, but then Putin ended up launching a massive... what did I put it? He launched a massive drone attack right after that. I guess we'll get to that. So talking about this post for a second, 4 carriers and escorts in the Pacific. Why is that relevant? To prevent other state actors from attempting to harm us during this transition. Is it Russia, China, or conversely all for North Korea? Or is it for all three? In my opinion, it's for neither of them. Think logically about the timing of everything happening. Note increased military movement. National Guard deployment starting tomorrow. Note false flags follow Huma. That was the post I was talking about. Calm before the storm. So this was back in 2017. And this is from Captain Kyle Patriots. This post is about to become very relevant. Once the Russia alliance is announced, they will be coming for us big time during the transition. It's all lining up. Yeah, I mean, scare event necessary. Something's lining up. I mean, they're definitely not. All the ceasefires have fallen apart. We'll get to that somewhere in this mess. Gold prices officially crossed above $3,000 an ounce for the first time in history. That happened earlier today. And, you know, they say that inflation's going down rapidly under Trump. Here's a chart. You know, people make these charts. What do you guys think? I mean, my bills haven't gone down. I don't know if my food's gone down. I haven't bought eggs since the whole egg reduction thing the other day. Then the Doge designer thing put out, Doge could bring inflation down to 0. Think about that. What do you guys think about that? I don't know what that means exactly. If you bring inflation down, so I mean that's a good point. But then it seems like there's still a long way to go after that. So you didn't find any of that anywhere, Dave, from the Houthis the other day? I've got a thing a little bit more, not about the children part, but about what's an update about what's going on. So we'll look at that. Vladimir Putin demanded a complete halt to all Western weapon supplies to Ukraine during the proposed truce, but then he unleashed a massive suicide drone assault on Ukraine right after the phone call with Trump today. So I don't know what the hell that means, but let's take a look.
All we've gotten is this readout, but the White House did go into this meeting rather optimistic about the chances to come out with something tangible. Interestingly enough, as you've been discussing this statement talking about how both sides agree there needs to be a lasting peace, that already is raising questions about what that lasting peace would look like, considering we know that Vladimir Putin is against putting peacekeepers on the ground in Ukraine, something that our European allies have been pushing for, Ukraine has been pushing for, trying to get what sort of firmer security guarantees we could see from the White House. I wanted to pull out one quote that you guys have already mentioned, this idea that the leaders agreed to, quote, the movement to peace will begin with the energy and infrastructure ceasefire, as well as technical negotiations on the implementation of a maritime ceasefire. You'll recall this actually mirrors very closely that peace plan that Zelensky had put forward to our European allies the day after that Oval Office meeting devolved here in Washington. Zelensky had floated that he wanted to first see a ceasefire in the sky and the sea, as he called it. It does appear that that message, at least so far, has gotten through.
It seems like the natural starting point for a ceasefire, you know, like stop firing on each other, stop shooting missiles and dropping bombs on each other. We do it differently over here. I don't know what's up with that. I have, you know. Reports indicate 3 U.S. carriers are now streaming towards Iran. So this is the whole Houthi-Iran situation is sort of heating back up. I saw this post. It's worth pointing out that a strike on the Iranian nuclear sites will almost certainly result in thousands of American deaths at bases throughout the Middle East and cost the U.S. tens of billions of dollars. The cost of future acts of terrorism on American soil may be even higher. They're not guesses. Those are the Pentagon's own estimates. A bombing campaign against Iran will set off a war, and it will be America's war. Don't let the propagandists lie to you. Tucker Carlson. Interesting. I forgot about the Tucker Carlson part. Yeah. But then again, is that the point? We said scare event here just a little bit ago. Is everything they're doing on purpose? Let's take a deeper look here. Some of this almost makes sense because I always felt like Israel and Iran was controlled by the U.S. and Israel to some degree, maybe even a little bit of England or Britain, which pretty much controls everything anyway, or did. But the point being, if that were true, it would make it the perfect place to stage this scare event, depending on what that would be. Just saying, just throwing that out there. But you can see everything's already getting a little bit heated up. We had reconnaissance drones over there that had to turn around because their fighter jets were getting a little pissed that we were in their airspace. And it's interesting. They're both making very aggressive comments to each other, you know. So, I don't know. It's a weird situation. And on top of that, Israel resumes military operations against Hamas in Gaza after that ceasefire falls apart. We talked a bit about that last night. So, I guess peace is off the table for everybody today, frankly. It's not looking good on that. Going to have lots of little tiny wars all over the place. Or not. Trump appoints Michael Flynn to West Point board after firing previous members, and he's not the only one. He put up a whole new board of visitors for our nation's oldest military academy, West Point. Major General David Balavia, Lieutenant General Dan Walrath, General Michael Flynn, Congressman Wesley Hunt, Maureen Bannon, and Megan Mobbs hereby appointed to the board. They will make our country proud. Congrats to all. So maybe people will finally be happy Michael Flynn's taken a more active role. Not that he wasn't always sort of had a role. This is a whole other story. This has me a little frustrated. I don't get the point. After years of being held captive by environmental extremists, lunatics, radicals, and thugs, which I'm neither of, I'll point out, allowing other countries, in particular China, to gain tremendous economic advantage over us by opening up hundreds of all coal-fired power plants, I'm authorizing my administration to immediately begin producing energy with beautiful, clean coal. First off, you guys ever handled coal? Coal's not clean by any means. It's freaking filthy. You don't make coal clean for anything because the process, number one, takes a lot of energy in and of itself. Number two, you have to take the byproduct and pump it way, way down underground in these tanks, and then it's there forever. All right, and they wanted to do that over in my area. All right, and they were going to put a plant in here called FutureGen Clean Coal. And basically, I don't know, I helped fight it off because they were going to put these tanks like a mile underground or some shit, and the byproducts, it's carbon dioxide, and it's can be pretty toxic in that larger proportions. And not that we're in like a big earthquake area, but we've got the fault line here, and if it ever goes off and the tanks do rupture, it just seems like it's not worth the hassle. I never understood the idea of clean coal. We've got so many other alternatives energy-wise. It just seems like, I don't know. I don't even know why Trump would waste his energy on that, to be honest with you. But not that I'm complaining. Good stuff happening today. This girl, however, is complaining, and I want to see what you guys think about what she has to say. I won't put you through it for too long.
I am somebody who's I've done research for years, and I normally am a very positive person, but lately the feeling I have been getting is absolute livid anger, disappointment. I'm pissed. I'm fucking done being lied to as a fucking human. If anybody from the military sees this, just know that we, the surface population, the civilians, we're sick of being mushrooms. We're sick of being fed shit and kept in the dark. Fucking tell us at least a little bit of what's going on. We can fucking handle it, okay? We grew out of diapers a long fucking time ago. Oh, look, there's deer. ADD. Anyway, it's just, we're done. Like, and I see people out there that still somehow have money, but, like, for the most part, I feel like nobody is really able to survive and live in this world anymore. Like, there's no more joy to be had unless you, like, really, really get simple. And you, like, look around, you're like, okay, I have, like, eyes to see. Yay, thank you, God. I have, my family. I love my family. Like, I have to get so simple to keep my gratitude there because financially I can't fucking afford anything. The only reason I have a fucking car is because I borrowed against my future. I borrowed against my inheritance. My parents are so healthy, I'm not getting a fucking inheritance, which I'm glad. I don't want them to die, but I'm not getting that shit until I'm probably 70 or more. So, thank God I have a fucking car. I'm 40 fucking 2! Sorry, just, I don't have... The economy is disgusting. And by the way, that's not Trump's fault, so fuck.
Oh, well, maybe we should hear what she says next first.
Off if you want to say something stupid like that. It's everybody's fault. It's everybody's fucking fault. Both left and right are to blame. Am I grateful for my vote for Trump? Abso-fucking-lutely. But if we don't start seeing some silver fucking bracelets come back into style, I'm gonna lose my motherfucking mind. I'm a good shot. So this whole Civil War thing that we were talking about last year, if Trump didn't get in, that might be back on the table. If we don't get some economic relief, if we don't get some financial fucking help to be able to live life head just above water, I feel like we're all swimming around. Hey, how you doing? I can barely breathe, but you know. If we don't get some help financially really fucking soon, or get some major truth bombs and disclosure really fucking soon, or if we don't get some arrests by big names that we know are fucking evil as shit, doing God knows what to our children, then Civil War might...
Now, I get, it feels like she's complaining, but she makes a good point in a lot of different ways. Number one, financially, nobody wants help, but you can work and work and work your ass off. You can work 2 jobs and be lucky to pay your bills and afford food, especially if you have a family of people. And number 2, when she talks about this disclosure stuff, there's things that are more important to know and things that aren't so important to know. And right now, when you have people debating whether our realities, well, whether we're flat or round, or whether aliens or dimensional or from space, or there's like our science has really gotten twisted, even to the basic core things, and that it does affect people. I mean, it drives me kind of nuts because I really enjoy knowledge, and a whole bunch of books back here that feel sort of useless. So in a way, I almost kind of agree with her. I don't know if I'd say I'm livid, but
You just have to come back on the fucking table. I am so burnt out right now from constantly, like, just a little longer, just a little bit longer, it's always just a little bit more. Do we even stand a fucking chance against this evil, dark, corrupt system that has literally, it is a cancer in the human race. It's so cancerous that I don't, how can we repair? Are we past the point of repair, or should we all just, like, collectively go, maybe we should just check out and leave this planet? This is sick. This is sick. It's absolute abuse at this point. And then you hear, oh, the ETs are not here to help us. Oh, really? Well, then we're fucked. Something has got to give. And military, chime in. Feel free. Give us something, dude. We are done. We have fucking had it. I see it in the comment sections everywhere, and I'm putting it in the comments too, hoping our little cute voices up here in civilian land can get heard. We're done. We need something. Arrests, financial fucking change, and fucking disclosure. Truth of what the fuck is actually going on. I'm fucking done.
Here's an interesting post. since she brought up the ETs. I saw this today. It says, if there was a plan to fake an alien attack, they would have tried it long ago, before the entire world found out about it. And even if it wasn't completely unrealistic, Galactic Federation would never allow it. The fear of the PSYOP is the PSYOP. The light forces are in control. See how you can drive yourself crazy almost? I feel for her, though, like, honestly. President Trump ends U.S. taxpayer-funded program tracking mass abductions of Ukrainian children. Now, I have to admit, I did not know our taxpayer money was tracking mass abductions of Ukrainian children. That's... and Trump's ending it, which is odd. Maybe that's good news, maybe they don't need it anymore. Maybe children aren't being abducted and murdered or tortured or whatever bad things we know are happening, sold for organs and stem cells. So I take it as good news. I don't know what else it would mean. Trump wouldn't not protect the children. You know what I'm saying? You get it? You get it? You get it? I thought this was kind of interesting. I don't know who wrote it or why. It says the EU's fake peace plan is a globalist war operation to seize private savings, collapse economies, enforce military rules, and use false flags. You think that's what the Europeans are up to? I don't know. I think that's a bit much. I saw that the Prime Minister of India joined Truth Social today. That was cool. Let's talk about these judges. There's a whole twist in the judges' case again, or what might be a twist. And you got to understand there's kind of two judges' cases going on here, so it's a bit confusing. So I'm going to try not to twist this up. This one, the Obama-appointed judge Theodore Chwang has ruled that Elon Musk and Doge likely violated the Constitution by unilaterally shutting down U.S. aid. Obviously, I'd have to disagree with that, but that's one case. And they're both Obama-appointed judges, I'm pretty sure. President Trump's legal team has informed Obama-appointed Judge Boasberg that they will not disclose information on deportation flights due to national security concerns. So Trump's pushing back, as he should, against these judges. He doesn't trust giving that information over to them, nor should he. And why should he? You get what I'm saying? But that's still, there's more to it. And that's, for another day. The judge orders halt on deportation of Venezuelans under wartime law. The Alien Enemies Act that Trump's using. And Trump's not going to do it. These people they're criminals. And they're not just like, they're criminals because they broke the law coming in the country. No, it's like they're gangland murder rapists. They're not very good people. So there's that. Trump says this radical left lunatic of a judge, a troublemaker and agitator who was sadly appointed by Barack Hussein Obama, was not elected president. He didn't win the popular vote. He didn't win all 7 swings. We get that. So again, he's talking about how these guys aren't elected, they're appointed. And we had seen all that talk yesterday. But the twist is this judge's daughter, Catherine Boasberg, and her connections. So this is where it might start to get interesting. This is her. Chief Judge Boasberg blocked the deportation of Trinidad Aragua gang members without disclosing the fact that his daughter works for a 501c3 called Partners for Justice that gives criminal and illegal aliens and gang members legal advice. I've exclusively uncovered massive conflict of interest involving Judge James Boasberg, the Chief Judge of the United States District Court. And if you remember that one of Trump's last court cases went sour for them, not for Trump, because of a conflict of interest. So here this is sort of happening again. Judge Boasberg recently made the decision to prevent the deportation of criminal illegal alien gang members on planes out of the country. The conflict of interest exposed. The judge has a daughter named Catherine Boasberg, who works for a 501c3 organization called Partners for Justice, capacity building associate. In her position, she helps coordinate and administer grant activities, ensuring compliance and supporting the delivery of capacity building programs to strengthen nonprofit infrastructure. Okay. But this goes on forever. I think you sort of get the point. And so they're saying that Judge Boasberg should recuse himself. What do you guys think? Is that a conflict of interest? I'm sure they could say, oh, it's not, but you can't prove either way. So in light of a fair trial, it kind of is. Given his daughter's employment at a group that advocates for criminal illegal aliens and is funded by U.S. government grants, Judge Boasberg should not be granted any sensitive information about deportation flights. His family is a national security threat. So that's where all this turns around, and it's quite a twist, really. And the last flights they were doing when all this was happening, they were rushing to get them done. Like, you can see how they move these guys. It's kind of interesting. These are bad dudes. Doesn't look very fun. Definitely doesn't look very fun. But again, you know, I'm saying these are bad dudes. I point that out because people probably think we don't want immigrants in the country, and it's not that. Just we don't want criminals, and Trump, you know, he did the gold card thing to get rich people to come in and start business, and that's okay too, but I think we also want families to come here, and Trump can start fast tracking that eventually once he deals with this freaking mess. So this really has to happen, and the quicker it happens, the quicker they can, you know, allow people that want to start businesses and just people like you and me, families that just want to live here. It's a different story. But this, bad dudes. So, again, think about it. Why would the judges want to stop this from happening? Every time this happens, these judges, that they're going against what the American people want. And here with a different case real quick. This is sort of your problem with judges.
But we do start with new information about a gruesome murder investigation.
A judge today doubled the bond for a man accused of killing his wife with a clothes iron at their home in the Oak Forest neighborhood of Houston. Chance Chavez is now held on a $500,000 bond, up from $250,000. Investigators say police found 32-year-old Kristen Chavez dead inside of her home on Emma Frost Street in the Oak Forest area last Wednesday. Her husband...
Damn, she reminds me of that Patriot Princess. Why'd this guy have a bond at all? He killed somebody, and the judge, he doubled his bond. It was a high bond, but still, the guy bonded out.
Was arrested near their home. Investigators say he hit her in the head repeatedly with a clothing iron, found broken in 2 pieces near her body. Kristen's family now hoping for justice while remembering the person she was.
She was amazing. She was very ambitious, loved to help people, very outgoing. She never met a stranger. She was just very engaging, She was somebody that always left you with something positive. She was, and always had a positive attitude, which was, so important these days.
Authorities say after Chavez killed his wife, he left with her 4 dogs and took them to, in the wake of Kristen's murder. They say Chavez dumped the dogs, at least one of them, along the Katy Freeway near Greenhouse Road. 3 were found safe and had been returned to the family. However, the 4th dog, a dachshund named Peaches, was found dead. Kristen's mother said it's another tragedy added onto unimaginable grief, calling the pets her granddogs, and says she wants Chavez to remain in custody until his trial begins.
Too. See what kind of people they are that killed the dog too. One of them. Freaking ridiculous. But that's what the American people are sick of, and that's exactly why those people have to go. And now I want to show you this real fast. This is from Sebastian Gorka.
All right, Sebastian Gorka is Trump's senior director for counterterrorism, and he joins us now from the White House. Good to see you, sir. The left and the media have found a new charity case. They keep doing this. The poor, innocent Tren de Aragua gang members are now in need of their full defense.
It's truly stunning. Look, I'm a government official now, so I'm not going to make political statements. But what kind of individual of any political color is on the side of the foreign nationals who are rapists, murderers, child traffickers? It beggars belief. You don't have to like the fact that my boss won 77 million votes in the November election, but can't we agree on some things, like cartel members are bad, that America should have borders, and that killing terrorists is a good thing? It shouldn't be controversial, should it, Rob?
It's not in the minds of most Americans, but as we have seen time and time again, they keep finding these really low margin issues and deciding to fight on the wrong side of them, and it's amazing to watch. They've done this over and over again for the last several weeks. The opponents of this, the ones that are complaining, are saying that it is ridiculous to use the Wartime Enemies Act in this situation. They're saying that we're not at war with the country that these gang members came from. And this is ridiculous. And this is all in the courts now. And we're going to see updates just like we saw today. It's going to move from one way to the other. What do you say to that contention that this is not right?
110,000 dead is what I say. When I had the honor, the pleasure of having a TV show on Newsmax, Rob, when I was one of your colleagues, I decided for one of my episodes just to do the math on the back of an envelope. And I added up all those who were killed in action wearing the cloth of the Republic since the cessation of World War II. So every soldier, airman, Marine who died in Vietnam, in Korea, in Gulf War, in Gulf II, in Afghanistan, the total in 75 years was 103,000. That's the total. In 1 year of Biden, thanks to these organizations, thanks to these cartels, more than 110,000 Americans were killed by the illicit drugs, mostly fentanyl, flowing across the border. So if that's not a definition of war, more Americans dying in one calendar year than in 75 years of combat, then I don't know what it is. And that's why President Trump is justified in using the Enemy Aliens Act and every other tool of statecraft to finally secure America and protect our women, our children, and all those who wish to live here legally and as citizens.
Exactly.
You handle counterterrorism. The Houthi rebels in Yemen are a terror group. They learned a lot about this White House over the weekend. We have images of the president down in Palm Beach, fresh off the golf course, kind of watching this all go down. I think the message was sent pretty loudly to the Middle East that America is no longer run by very weak apologists for this country like it has been for the last 4 years.
A very clear message was sent. If you haven't read, dear viewers, the president's Truth Social post just after we initiated that counterterrorism response, that defensive measure, you should. Why? Well, the fact is that there was no freedom of shipping. The sea lanes were held hostage by a bunch of terrorists. U.S. vessels had been fired upon more than 140 times. Not one American ship had been allowed to pass through that sea lane for the last year. That hurts us in terms of our national economy, free trade, and the global economy. And President Trump is not having it. And that's what he did on Saturday. After he won that golf tournament, he came in, put on the headphones, and as a real commander-in-chief, he dealt death to the jihadis.
And it seemed, as far as we can tell, we don't have a lot of specifics about what was hit and how successful this operation was, but it did some heavy work, right?
Oh, absolutely. And it sent a very clear message, that last sentence from the president's post, that we know why the Houthis are so capable. We know why they're launching missiles and drones against civilian shipping and also U.S. military aircraft and vessels because of Iran. And the message to Iran was, you better stop it now. Stop arming those proxies or you will pay the ultimate penalty as well.
How embarrassing that this was ignored for so many years by the last administration, that we just allowed this. No wonder the world thinks that they can walk all over this country. That's the way we've been run. Sebastian Gorka from the White House, thank you so much. We appreciate it.
God bless. Thank you, Rob.
So,
everybody.
Yeah, I don't see anything yet, Dave, about children. It says those strikes on Yemen Houthis, it killed 53 and injured 98. And most of the media outlets seem to agree on that at least. So, we'll kind of look at that more. Now I want to show you this group that's kind of fighting against all of it. And not just this, even more so against Elon Musk. I call him the nut jobs, but you guys can call him what you will. Just get a load of them.
In the moment that you grab the gun, like Fanon says, you're no longer oppressed. You're now free. How do we teach that in the class? Just to say that in the class, my students' heads explode, right? To tell them about violence, as a revolutionary tool, as sometimes a revolutionary essential.
We actually need to crash the U.S. settler state, which has incredible reverberations and literally strangles the tentacles that are reaching.
What I need to point out about this video, I guess I should point out, these are all professors at universities. Now, this is why Trump's eyeing these universities closely. These professors are teaching not just anti-American ideals because of their political beliefs, but they're teaching the students to act upon them. They're telling them to act upon them. So I want you to listen to this closely. These are classes and things. This is what kind of college education some people are getting. It's really weird.
Into the Israeli state.
So we must stand with the armed resistance and work right now to end this impunity by disrupting the flow of weapons to Zionists. Because trust, the armed resistance will defeat Zionism if it was an open battlefield.
Yeah, I've been humbled since October 7th, particularly being in community with folks, particularly when you're someone who has been doing this work, why stop? This is a profound moment for us, right? And we need to dig in and go harder.
I think putting our bodies on the line sometimes to protect those who are more vulnerable, right? To eat tear gas when we should be doing that and not students. I think that's essential.
So we have to struggle to crash things here. And my students were very, very clear about this. We have to struggle for Indigenous sovereignty right here on Turtle Island. Like there's no way around it. And there's no looking past it at this particular moment.
When that comes time to the university saying, retract that or get fired, I'm confident in myself that I will make that right decision. That is the point of the being guerrilla scholar.
I'm sure that you've been snitched on to the administration about the content in your courses. That has been something that has happened for me. And I don't know what our administration is going to do, right? I know the work that I have been doing. I know the work that I've committed myself to, and I'm going to continue to do the work, right?
People missed out on the significance of what Hezbollah represented, right? Of what the Iranian Revolution represented. And they just fell into the imperialist ideological representation of those movements and forces that were challenging imperialism.
Challenge what the settler state, the settlement of the University of Virginia that we're on, which is still a plantation and has all of its plantation artifice up, right? And artifacts. I'm trying to really ride the wheels off of these institutional resources and go for broke.
That we have to understand Al-Aqsa flood on October 7th and since then as a really decisive historic strike in terms of not just Palestinian national liberation, right? But it's a historic strike intervening into this. And I apologize for kind of rushing through the anti.
Okay, I don't need to go that deep into it. You get the idea, though. You see how it's concerning. Number one, I mean, telling them to lay their bodies on the line and take the tear gas. What do you call them? Guerrilla scholars? That's, I don't know. Weird though, but you can see why Trump's like, why are we funding them teaching anti-American type things, and students are starting to get involved, ones that are on green cards, and they're at risk of getting deported now. It's getting crazy. But moving forward, Health and Human Services Civil Rights Office finds Maine in violation of Title 9 for allowing biological males in women's sports. We'll look a tiny bit deeper at that. You guys already knew that was coming.
Staff with the Federal Office for Civil Rights announced the Maine Department of Education, the Maine Principals Association, and Greeley High School have violated Title IX. Title IX prohibits discrimination in educational programs or activities based on a person's sex. The Office of Civil Rights is part of the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. All of this is part of an investigation into the Maine DOE that was first announced last month. Just a few days ago, those investigators expanded their scope to include the MPA and Greeley High School. The review examined whether Maine was discriminating by, quote, allowing males to compete in sports reserved for girls. According to the report, Greeley High, the DOE, and the MPA have 10 days to commit to sign an agreement to resolve the issue. Otherwise, they face further action from the Department of Justice. We reached out to all three parties involved, along with the governor's office, 4 members of Maine's delegation, and the Maine Attorney General's office. Greeley's superintendent told us he can confirm the district is being asked to sign the resolution, but he did not comment further. Staff with Senator Angus King said he believes this is a state issue. When this investigation was announced, Governor Janet Mills released a statement saying Maine is one of the first states to undergo this investigation, but won't be the last. She went on to call it a, quote, politically directed investigation, end quote.
Politically, yeah. Well, I don't know if I'd call it that, but how do you guys feel about it? Anyone here live in Maine? This was from Cash Patel today. this morning. I now confirm that last night, working with the Justice Department and other interagency partners, the FBI has extradited one of our 10 most wanted from Mexico, one we believe to be a key senior leader of MS-13, Francisco Javier Roman Bardales. He was arrested in Mexico and is being transported within the United States as we speak, where he will face American justice. This is a major victory both for our law enforcement partners and for a safer America. That's pretty badass, isn't it? 7 or 8 weeks in the office, and he's already got one of the 10 most wanted people in the country, an MS-13 senior leader. It's pretty badass, you got to admit. It makes you wonder, were the Democrats even trying to get rid of these people and find them? No. So there is that. Now, before we move towards our video for the night, I wanted to show you this interesting interview really fast between Tucker Carlson and God, I can't remember who it was, about the Kennedy assassination, and it's not very long.
In April of 1964, a psychiatrist called Louis Joylan West visited Jack Ruby in his isolation cell in a Dallas jail. According to West's written assessment, he found that Jack Ruby was, quote, technically insane and in need of immediate psychiatric hospitalization. Those are conclusions that, puzzlingly, no one who had spoken to Jack Ruby previously had reached. Ruby had seemed perfectly sane to the people who knew him. Louis Joylan West pronounced him crazy. But what West did not say was that he was working for the CIA at the time. Louis Joylan West was a contract psychiatrist for the spy agency. He was also an expert on mind control and a prominent player in the now infamous MK-Ultra program, in which the CIA gave powerful psychiatric drugs to Americans without their knowledge. So of all the psychiatrists in the world, what in the world was this guy doing in Jack Ruby's prison cell?
Who exactly was Lee Harvey Oswald? And why did our government lend a hand to this man? Oswald was discharged from the Marines and defected to the Soviet Union at the height of the Cold War. He walked into the American embassy in Moscow, renounced his citizenship, and declared, quote, "My allegiance is to the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics." Oswald confidently told the Soviets he had information of special interest and spent the next 3 years in the USSR. The Soviets were interested in the information Oswald had. Before defecting, Lee Harvey Oswald served as a Marine Corps radar operator in Japan, a role that gave him crypto clearance, higher than top secret, to one of the 2 bases where the CIA ran their U-2 spy planes out of. The very planes used to conduct aerial surveillance over Russian territory. 6 months after Oswald defected to Moscow, a U-2 spy plane was shot down by the Soviet Union. The first time in the Cold War era. The pilot, Francis Gary Powers, raised the question of whether it had something to do with Oswald, the self-declared traitor. But the U.S. government didn't treat Oswald like a man who just committed treason. 3 years later, after betraying his country, Oswald decided to come home. And instead of handcuffs.
So I've got some more fun things we got to look at real quick. But the point there, do you think MK Ultra mind control is involved? And maybe not so much with Oswald, but what about with Jack Ruby killing Oswald? Just a thought, but I want to move on because I want to look at some other things. Trump had put up this post and talked about this in a video also. April 2nd is Liberation Day for America because we'll start taking back some of the vast wealth that has been taken from us due to the many weak, incompetent, and perhaps even dishonest politicians who have represented us in the past. Now, I know this somewhat about the tariffs. This is what Trump said.
In future, when we had India last week, we had France last week, we had a lot of people. We had Ireland, we had UK, and they come in and I say, how's it looking? They say, oh, it looks much better, you know, that's great. but it looked very good when we had it, but I'd like it to look beyond that. So we're going to spend a lot of effort, a lot of money on crime, and we're going to spend it on fixing up. We don't want graffitis on the beautiful white statuary marble, and we want to have our roads good and everything else. We'll be able to do that easily, and this is a part of it. I mean, Kennedy Center is a very big part of it, and you can't have this looking like it does. I'm so surprised because, you know, I know the person who was in charge of it, and he's a good man. I never realized this was in such bad shape. I've been so busy, I haven't been able to be here in a long time. And I shouldn't be with what I'm doing. But I thought it was important because I've been hearing reports, and I thought it was very important to make this good. It's a very big part of the fabric of Washington, D.C., and we're going to make our capital great again, just like we're going to make our country great again. April 2nd is Liberation Day for our country because we're going to finally be taking in money. We're already doing it, a lot of money. As you know, we put down some early tariffs on people and countries that were not treating us well.
So I thought that was kind of cool, worth sharing. Some other things I want to share here. I don't even remember what this is. Got a couple of things.
Bringing back the gold standard would be very hard to do, but boy, would it be wonderful. We'd have a standard on which to base our money.
Can you envision a scenario that this country ever goes back to the gold standard?
Well, in some ways, I like the gold standard. There's something very nice about the gold standard, and you have to go back at the right time, like when gold does the old crash show. But there's something very nice about having something solid. You know, we used to have a very, very solid country because it was based on a gold standard. We don't have that anymore. There is something very nice about the concept of that. It would be very, very hard to do at this point, and one of the problems is we don't have the gold. Other places have the gold.
We might have it now. It was interesting for the time when he said it, I thought, but yeah. And this little interview with Marjorie Taylor Greene, it's short.
In that room? No, absolutely not. I mean, everything I said is correct. It's how the American people feel. It's what we know to be a fact. It's all the evidence has been proven true. We have Jamie Raskin in there accusing us of worshiping Trump, worshiping as a convicted felon. He is a convicted. Well, yeah, so is George Floyd. And everybody, and you all too, the media worship George Floyd. Democrats worship George Floyd. There were riots burning down the fucking country over George Floyd, and Raskin is in there saying we worship him. Excuse me, let me correct you, and this is really important. I don't worship, I worship God. God. And Jesus is my savior. I don't worship President Trump. And I'm really sick and tired of the bullshit annex I have to deal with constantly from the Democrats. So that's what we just went through in there. And then they're sitting there, they can attack my character all day long. What's his face in there, whoever was talking last was calling me insane. But yet we can't say, oh, they're attacking my character. Oh no, it's nonstop BS and annex. You want to know why? The Democrats don't have anything. They're responsible for the lockdowns, forced vaccinations, kids being forced to stay home, people committing suicide, and all the horrors that this country lived through during COVID. Fauci belongs in prison. He should be tried for mass murder, and he should be tried for crimes against humanity. That's how I feel after that hearing. That's how the American people feel.
Whew. Ever seen her that angry before? I don't think I have. A couple other quick off-the-wall stories. Check this out. Scientists trapped on Antarctica for 10 more months plead for help after fellow experts sexually assaulted and threatened to kill colleagues at their tiny base. I got the story here. Scientists trapped on tiny base in Antarctica living in fear, pleading for help. Team members sexually assaulted and threatened to kill another member. Reads like a film script, says Fletcher Christian. Regrettably, his behavior has escalated to a point that is deeply disturbing. Specifically, he physically assaulted somebody, which is a grave violation of personal safety, obviously, blah, blah, blah. Threatened to kill somebody. A group of scientists trapped sent an email pleading to be rescued after they say a member of their team threatened to kill somebody. The group were living in fear of the man and posed the threats to the entire team. So, I don't know, it doesn't talk about the trap part there. It seems like 10 more months. Why so long? Yeah, that part I don't understand. One more thing. It's rather important. If I can find it. Well, that's creepy. That's not what's creepy. I'll show you what I meant was creepy in a second. President Donald Trump attends a Kennedy Center board meeting. We probably saw that by now. He mentioned the rooms without windows were built in the basement that will never be used. So, people were wondering if there's something that's been going on there in the Kennedy Center. And that's what I thought was creepy. It was in October of 2020. What happens if Biden becomes POTUS knowing he took massive amounts of bribes to change U.S. policy towards Ukraine in favor of Ukraine? Would Ukraine own and control the White House? No. But that's a creepy picture. Ugh. You guys are going to see that in your nightmares, probably. I apologize for that deeply. All right. So, I feel like there's a couple other things I should show you here real quick. There's a trailer for a movie coming out that's supposed to be important. I haven't seen it yet. It's a movie called Anon. Let's take a look real fast.
Last night when I was chasing her, that's where it starts. What I see changes. The stairs stretch. It's an optical illusion, which later disappears from my record. And it doesn't end there. At this moment, I'm seeing a train at the platform. A train that isn't there. Placing a moving image in real time. Who can hack a human being? How do we stop this? To find a hacker, we hire one.
What can I do for you?
Girl is a blank slate, no digital footprint. She makes her living covering up secrets. She's a master editor who can erase the unwanted act in the record. Most of all, she erases herself. And now her clients are getting erased.
This level of anonymizing makes all crime possible. Anonymity is the enemy.
Someone is killing my customers, trying to make it look like it's me.
She's playing you.
I'm not safe. Neither are you.
We can't believe our eyes. The system doesn't work.
All clear. Please proceed.
You can stay anonymous. Delete everything.
I'm keeping my son's memory alive. What's wrong with her?
You can't look back.
A Netflix film. That's different. It was not what I expected. I didn't know it was Netflix. Kind of weird, huh? Hacking a human. I don't know what to make of that, my friends. But we're going to jump into our video tonight. It's been a while since we've listened to anything from Derek Johnson, so I thought this would be a change of pace. There's not really anything out to listen to. I like that, Rebecca. Tabula rasa. Kind of there's a Matrix style to it, huh? Anyway, let's check it out, and I'll be with you here in the chat, and we'll go from there afterwards, see what's going on, if there's been any more revelations in these Kennedy files. I might start reading some.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Revival of America podcast. This is Jenny. I am the owner and the host of the Revival of America. Today we have Derek Johnson in the house. He is back, everybody. So we're going to do some real raw talk with Derek. It's been probably about 3 weeks since we've had him, maybe even a month, but he's been on some speaking engagements, and I'm sure he'll probably tell you a little bit about those once he pops in here. But it's glad to have him back. So I hope well, as you know, he'll bring us good information. We will try to get to some questions, everybody, but you kind of know how it is with Derek. We just kind of do real raw talk. Every once in a while, we'll do a Q&A, but take some notes, everybody, because there's a lot of stuff happening out there. And with that being said, please, again, everybody, be careful who you follow, who you listen to, what you're putting into your mind, because I'm telling you, it's getting a little crazy out there, everybody. The stuff that's being said out there, all this swatting that's happening to individuals, the conservatives, and they're going after the influencers. So be careful, everybody. Also, too, the podcasters are going at each other. They're starting to, these podcasters or individuals are being called to the plate. They're being called out for who they really are, frauds, whatever you want to call them. But just be careful, everybody. If you have 3 to 5 people that haven't led you wrong through the course of your journey here, please stick and stay with those. Tighten up that circle, everybody. It's not about the intel or anything like that. It's about really staying strong out there. Keep your mind right. Stay with the right people. Don't get swayed, because I can totally see this happening right now. People that have been in this movement with us for so long, now they're kind of going to the other side. So it's time to pick a side, everybody. So again, just be careful who you follow, everybody. Also, too, if you come in late to the podcast, you can listen to the replay on the podcast hosts, which are iHeartRadio, Spotify, Anchor, Apple, Google, Breaker, Pocket Cast, Riverside, Podbean, Amazon Music. We are being listened to in over 100 countries, everybody. So we are making some noise. Also, too, the social medias are Jenny Dreed Facebook, at Jenny_Dreed X, at JDreed Rumble, at JDreed True Social, at JDreed Instagram, the Revival of America right here on Telegram. And we did open up a YouTube channel. So we're going to be putting some stuff on there here shortly. And that is the Revival of America. So if you guys don't have Rumble, or don't have these other locations to listen to the podcast, you soon will be able to hear it over there on YouTube. Also, too, if you have a journey or story to tell, everybody, please reach out to me at the Revival of America at yahoo.com. Let us know your story, and we will get your voices and your story heard on the podcast. Because remember, everybody, it's your stories, your journeys that are going to help shape the world that we're walking into here. As Trump says, we have entered the golden age. So also check out the newsletter. Sign up for that newsletter. It is free. We are putting the weekly shows up there, the lineup that we have, as well as the podcast. You can listen to the podcast over there on the website as well. And that is the revivalofamerica.com. It is a bit under construction. We are adding things to that on a daily basis, adding, deleting, that kind of thing. So bear with us. I am in the process of moving right now. So these podcasts are going to be, because as you move, I'm going to be shut down with my computer and everything for a hot second. So we will have Dallas and Captain Kyle on Wednesday, and I'm going to try to bring John back on here Friday, depending. But I am going to be traveling out of town, so I'm going to be a little bit out of touch, if you will, for a little bit. So bear with me, everybody, but we will definitely get the podcast up as we have some extra time. So with that, everybody, again, please be careful who you listen to, who you follow, and what you're putting into your mind, because a lot of cray-cray going on out there. And I see Mr. Derek Johnson just entered the house. What is up, stranger? How are you?
No, I'm doing all right. I'm just sitting here. I was watching In the Heat of the Night, and it's like 5 minutes left, and I couldn't make it squeeze in. So I got to wait to see what happens, what Bubba's going to do to this criminal.
Oh, I'm sorry. We could have pushed it 5 minutes later.
No, it's all good. It's I have a good feeling what Bubba's going to do. So,
Well, Derek, it's been a little bit since you've been on here, and you've been quite the busy beaver. I see you obviously were in Florida. You did a speaking engagement, and I see that you are going to be speaking in some other locations. Idaho, I think, was one of them. Do you want to tell the people about that a little bit before we get started?
yeah, I don't know the exact logistics yet, except for I know the dates. I think it's the 23rd and 24th. I'll be in Provo, Utah, and then the 27th and 28th, I think I'll be in. I think it's Eagle, Idaho.
Yeah.
I don't ever know. Well, I don't know right now if there are. Sometimes people have big events and they're private. It'll be like an establishment that they have, or if these are going to be public. So I'll know later. But I'm also, I think they're working on another date while I'm out west in Arizona in Scottsdale. I don't know. I'm just speculating since I'll be out there. I've heard a little chatter. And then I'm also going to be in California, but that's mainly going to be leisure. But I know a lot of people in California, if they have a spot that we can safely sit, we don't even have to have a microphone hardly. But I will be out there those dates, I know. And then also Fort Collins, Colorado, I'll be looping back around to FOCO where I live. So
let me know about the Arizona one, the one here in Scottsdale, because I'm literally like 10 minutes from there. So yeah, let me know, and I'll come check out your little event. I know I tried to get to you last time you were here, but man, it just didn't work with my day gig. So yeah, just let me know, and I'll try to make it out there.
Well, you Westerners are so funny with that. Like it could be when I was living out west and stationed and whatnot, it's always so funny to me that 10 miles it's like a big deal. But then when I started understanding that cray traffic y'all got, then it makes sense. It's like you could sit for 3 hours and go 10 miles, right?
Yep.
And down in the South, you can be, when people say, "Oh, that's 100 miles," I'm like, "Yeah, you'll be here in an hour and a half because you can do like 80." But
well, I keep saying to a lot of people, friends and family here, like, what are we turning into, California? I mean, the traffic here has just gotten insane.
It was
here lately.
When I left there back last June, when I left just from Scottsdale to Phoenix downtown, and then making that pass out headed to California, it took forever to get out of there.
See? So now you get it.
Hot. Oh man, it was so hot out there, man. That's some people don't realize. They don't realize about that. Drinking water. Oh Lord, have mercy. It's hot out there when it gets hot.
Oh yeah, I probably drink during the summertime, probably anywhere from 8 to 10 of those just regular sized water bottles. It's crazy. It's crazy.
Yeah, I drank water the whole time I was there and still wanted to pass out. Yeah.
So what do you want to talk about today, Derek? I know we just kind of go. There's again, everybody, you guys know this is just real raw talk with Derek Johnson. None of this ever is scripted with myself or any of these podcasters that come on, or not podcasters, excuse me, guests that come on here. But there is a lot of stuff going on out there, Derek. I was telling the audience prior to, and I know you and I were talking a little bit on the background. Everybody, like Derek says, this isn't for us, right? What we're witnessing happening, and like I was talking to Derek about. Trump now has put a halt to the security for Ashley and Hunter Biden. This isn't like in real time, right, Derek? This kind of like it's just being rolled out to us to see. It's already happened. Is that correct? Is that what you're trying to say?
Yes, and let me put it this way real quick. Think about everybody in here right now. most of you probably are awake, what we classify as awake. And think about everything that you've witnessed that would be a revelation category just in the last 6 months. Just take the last 6 months and then the things that will be considered a revelation. Imagine them doing that all in one day to the American people. Now, you might appreciate it because you're already here, you're awake, you've been digging, you've been researching, and it don't matter how long you've been doing it and when you put it together, you're here. Imagine dumping all of that and then some, and then what's left to be unveiled that we already know, because my book already has a lot of this in there, and I'm just one. You look at Mark Levine, some of these guys, and a lot of these guys do know what's going on. They just have to play a role too. But when you take what's already been revealed, what's still coming, and picture dumping that on the average crowd, they wouldn't appreciate it because it'd be so much information at one time. They wouldn't know it. Then you got this other little variable in there that people haven't really thought about. And there's so much to always talk about. And it's like, where do you bring this in? But the other variable is there's a group of people out there, and that number is unknown, but it would be a lot of them. They would go, well, if you guys and gals have always known this, why didn't you do something before now? So see, you'd have that group of audience who they have to unveil this delicately in another manner, because the end goal is still, it don't feel like it. Lord have mercy. Liberals will make you pull your darn, they will. You would much rather take a pair of pliers to your front tooth and pull it out than to listen to liberals right now. I mean, I would think you could probably find that analogy pretty comparison. Like going, yeah, I believe so. They have no logic whatsoever. So if you just take that alone and then apply it to where we are, there's still a good portion of America, even good people, who have no clue what's going on. But the end goal is to save America, is to reinstill the principles of our founders as a whole. And also Thomas Jefferson, a lot of these guys. But the Constitution was written to have some leeway. It wasn't just rigid, but there still has to be a broader sense of a foundation reinstilled. And that's what you're watching. And a lot of people, most of them are kicking and cussing because they don't even know that they don't know. They don't realize what's going on. So some of the kicking and cussing's good, because some of them, they may kick and cut. A lot of you are parents, again. You know good and well you had children. You had your children who were quiet, they would pout. Then you had your ones who were mouthy, and they would say, you don't know what you're talking about, and they'd storm off. They knew you knew what you were talking about. They just didn't want to admit that mama and daddy had lived a bit longer and knew what they were talking about. So you apply that to out there. Just because someone's mad and upset don't mean that they're not savable, because what they can do is go home and stew on it and go read. If they care, they're going to go home and read and study and go, oh my gosh, I was wrong. Boy, was I wrong. And so the end goal of all this is to save as many people as possible, but also reset the foundation to say, look, there's certain things that don't need to be in federal law whatsoever for anybody. There's certain things that don't be in state law. So that's what everybody's watching. That's what you're watching right now. And you're also watching what I was going to talk about tonight. And I'll get into it. There's three things you're watching that's resetting the foundation, but also resetting that education. And there's not a thing anybody can do to stop it anyway, the ones that don't like it. There's not a thing they can do. So if you just take that simple principle and go, man, if they dumped everything that you've seen in the last, even just take a month or two, onto the general public all in one day versus rolling it out, who would appreciate it? They wouldn't. People wouldn't. Because you still have people in your life. I do. Well, if you know so much about it, hot shot, you just take care of it. Well, I will. All right. But that's the attitude. That's the attitude that got us here. And we all are products of, well, I will. And majority of the people are in that category of, you do it then. Well, all right, we will, but you ain't going to like it. But you're going to learn to like it because there's nothing you can do to stop it. So.
Amen. And, Derek, too, I sit in a lot of, just so I can kind of see how people are behaving out there, what they're saying and all that kind of stuff. We're seeing a lot of these, podcasters kind of go to the wayside or being called out for what they are. And, there's a lot of people over there. And X, I have to say, is quite far behind from a lot of the stuff that we've done the researching on. But it's good for me to sit in there so I can come back to the audience and say, hey, FYI, this is what's going on. There's a lot of black pilling going on over there, a lot of fear, doom and gloom, and the New World Order shit. And then, people are calling, going after Pam Bondi and Cash Patel and all this stuff because they didn't release the files like everybody, they set their expectations up here and it didn't happen like they wanted it to. So now they're all pissed off. So what can you maybe say to that, to a lot of the audience? Because I sit in those spaces and I'm like, you know what, the New World Order is dead. If it was happening, we wouldn't be having this conversation. But, it's just, I want people to feel at peace and calm because there's a lot of winning that's happening, right? And to focus on those positives because we're still going to have those humps and those bumps through the road, but we just gotta. I want to keep everybody on a positive level and keep looking at what a time to be alive because so many people are missing this whole journey of what a great time it is to be alive. What can you say to these people that are falling for the bullshit of the New World Order? And, they may have been in this journey with this whole entire time because I'm seeing a lot of people that have been in this journey with this whole entire time. Now they're going to the other side. So what can you say to those people?
Well, you were never on the right side in the first place.
Good point.
That's the way I look at it. Because if you're that shakeable, if you're that movable, then your foundation was never solid in the first place. And so it goes back to, in the first book, in Midnight Rider Part 1, I did a thing. I said, you want to think like Rattletrap? Here's how I think. Now, you don't have to think like me, but if you want to learn how you expand your mind without losing your foundation, here's how you can do it. And I start out with space. I don't care what space is. I don't care if it's, it has a boundary to it, if it's endless. I don't care about that. All I know is when I go out at night, I see stars. Where are they? How far are they? I don't care. Round earth, flat earth, I don't care. It's an earth. I'm here. I'm present. I'm living. I'm breathing. I'm talking. I don't care if it's round, flat, obtuse, looks like the Michelin Man. I don't care. All right. So it doesn't matter. Those things are things that we shouldn't argue about because if you think it's round, I'm going to appreciate you. If I think it's flat, then you should appreciate me because it's something we cannot absolutely prove. All right. Unless Elon Musk or someone says, hey, we really do have space shuttles you can get in. Well, guess what? I don't have the the kahunas to get in one and shoot up that high. I'll fly, but I'm not going that high. So if you got the kahunas, then go ahead, big dog, and I will believe you. You could totally lie to me and you could shoot on out there and come back to like, I told you so. I told you it's flat or round or whatever I would believe opposite. And I'm going to believe them just because I'm not getting in those space shuttle and going up there. I don't care. I don't care that much. And I don't care at the end of the day that my buddy would be right and I'd be wrong. I don't care. But see, there's things that we can absolutely prove. There's things we absolutely cannot. My grandpa was a lot Native American and he couldn't stand people, not the people, but the mindset of people who want to argue about dumb things that just don't matter. It don't matter. He let Jehovah's Witness come in his house. He let Mormons come in. He talked to them. He never lost his foundation. But he didn't stop them from telling them what they believed. He didn't stop listening. How did you come to where you came to? How did you get there? How did you reach this conclusion? What is your thesis? What's your basis? What's your foundation? He never stopped people, but he never lost his foundation. And we have too many Christians who are what I call cookie cutter or build a bear, grab a straw, and that's okay. But if I let you to each your own, why don't you let others to each their own? I took a lot of flack this past week for going on a show with Michael Jaco, and it's from a lot of Christians. Oh, he believes in remote viewing. I'm like, you believe that Santa Claus was real until you were 15 years old, Karen. Like, get out of here. Like, there's certain things that people are just stuck on that don't matter.
Amen.
Let people live and let live. So when you get back to God, if you are a Christian, then the root to Christ is Jesus Christ. All right, the root to Christian is Jesus Christ. But Jesus Christ called out to God the Father on the cross for the cup to pass from him. Now, this is where in the South, a lot of people, if you're in the South, you know what I'm about to talk about. You got these people called oneness. They believe that God the Father, God the Son, God the Holy Spirit are all one. And then you have people who believe they're all a Trinity. And they will argue that like the day is long at a picnic, barbecue and pork and beans getting cold, and they sitting over there arguing over that. And all I'm saying is, okay, well, if God is real, if he sent his son, if the Bible links all those together, the Bible has scripture that specifically says that any man who adds to the words of this book shall have plagues added to him. Any man who takes away the words from this book will have their name taken away from the book of life. It also says that it's best not to know than to know and to deny. So there's a scripture in the Bible that tells you it's better not to know anything from this book and keep going on about your life than it is to say things that ain't in there or make up stuff or cherry pick and all these. God don't work like that. God of Israel is also what's been kicked out of American churches. Preachers, pastors, evangelists, reverends, priests, whatever the heck you call yourself. There's a lot of preachers and pastors and supposed to be the bell sheep, like the Bible talks about, of the church. Now you drive by, multitude of churches, not all, but a lot of them now don't have Jesus's name on the signs. They don't have a cross on the signs. They look just like any other building rolling down the highway. You get in there, the preacher's all trying. It's normally a fat guy trying to be in skinny jeans. We need to eradicate that too, by the way. Certain people weren't made for skinny jeans. And every guy I've seen try to stay hip, it's always a fat dude in skinny jeans. Someone needs to tell them, hey, bro, those were not made for you. They're not made for you. This ain't Brotherhood of the Traveling Pants. Like, turn this around. Like, seriously, though, like every church I've been in is some old guy trying to be hip. And I'm like, dude, you're supposed to stand alone. You're supposed to be different than everybody. You're the bell sheep. That's what the Bible says. That's what the God of Israel says. But see, what these preachers have tried to do is patty cake everybody, pat them on the back. Come on in here, brother. We've had a rough week too. It's okay. Well, that's fine. However, look where we ended up. We have no discipline. We have none of this. I mean, everywhere. The church, the God that our founders founded this nation off of Christian principles and Judaism. Straight up, our founders. And so I was watching Mark Levine last night talking on these principles as well. Now our church blends in with the world. It don't look any different than what the Bible says to separate from. Now, that don't mean we're perfect, and I didn't come here to preach. However, God gave our founders this nation. And what separated our nation from everybody else was their ideology. And when you look at Thomas Jefferson alone, I mean, he wrote most of the Constitution. He wrote, most all of it. So when you look at his mindset, 34 years old, it wasn't like he was 85 years old and have lived a lot of life. I mean, we're talking about some brilliant men. Sorry, ladies. You know, there's no accounts in history that the women were writing any of this. So no offense to that. But, hey, look what y'all done now. And guys, there's another thing. You know, women who are women want men to be men. And they want you to stand up the right way and fight the right way. And we have gotten away from every bit of our principles of what made America, the fabric of America, great. And it don't have anything to do with being a bully. It don't have anything to do with what liberals think it does. It don't have anything to do with that. But it had to get to a bunch of guys who knows how to do what we've been doing. Everybody that's working on it had to get to a certain level, like Tom Homan. I don't give a you know what you think about me. We got a work to do, and we got to save this place. But a lot of Christians don't realize how close we were to the wrath of God because of going away from God's principles. And so the people who are jumping ship now, they never had a solid foundation in the first place. The other thing about the New World Order is this. All right, I will play, I don't like the term devil's advocate in this situation, but I will jump in the seat and go, okay, so if you think that this is a New World Order, then why aren't you doing anything about it in the first place? See, you're still talking. You're still all talk. You're still all air. You're still all complaining, all whining, all griping, all fussing, all moaning. You ain't doing nothing about it. So if you did think that the world is being succumbed to an evil power and they're deceiving everybody and they're tricking everybody and they're sucking everybody, you ain't doing anything about it anyway. So you're still failing what God told you to do, because he did say any nation against Israel will be smited, will be damned, will be decimated. And if this group of people is going against God's chosen, you're not doing anything. So if you're not, so the Bible says, I'm preaching tonight. The Bible says that he has prepared a kingdom for us. Why do you think you're worthy for that kingdom if you ain't fighting for it? That's the only thing you got to ask yourself is, how would I be worthy of such a majestic, great place on the other side? No matter what it looks like, doesn't matter. Why would you be worthy of it if you don't fight for it? That's the only thing that anybody has to ask themselves. If they consider themselves spiritual, Christian, God, whatever it is, if they're complaining, whining, griping, fussing, or saying something about New World Order, then what makes you think that the God of Israel is going to let you in his kingdom? Jesus Christ called out to God on the cross. He didn't. If they're all one, then why didn't Christ just talk to himself and go, I don't think I can do this. I can't do this. I'm quitting. Why did he look up in the sky even when the thief recognized him and said, you're the Son of God. You're the Son of Nineveh. He said, oh, you recognize me? Yes, you're Jesus Christ. You're the Son of God. And Christ looks up again. Forgive him, for he knows not what he did. Then turns back, looks at him, and says, be with me this day in paradise. Who was Christ talking to? Why didn't he just talk to himself? So see, little things like that. Jesus Christ talked to God. God created the earth, not Jesus. And a lot of people a lot of Christians, they don't like these topics. And it's like, it's not anything to cringe about. It's nothing to be afraid of. That's a fact. In the beginning, God created. It didn't say in the beginning Jesus. And why did Jesus call out to someone else separately? Why didn't he just talk to himself? All right. So it's real simple. And what people try to do is, because you can't see it, faith is unseen. Ain't no doubt. But it's unseen. But then the Bible says that God gives young men dreams and visions. Men, all men, young men, old men, dreams and visions. So we do go by a spirit. We are the temple of Christ walking around. Our whole spirit's the temple. So he does give us things. And, it's up to people, though, to get back to the origin, the foundation. Same thing with this nation. I mean, our foundation is brilliant. When you go read the founding fathers, John Adams and Thomas Jefferson and Benjamin Franklin, go read some of their things. So their quotes, it's brilliant. And they weren't, they were in their 30s. It wasn't like they were young either, but they weren't old either. So you got to remember that. And that's why President Trump's putting heavy emphasis on certain things, like the 14th Amendment recently. He said the 14th Amendment, you got to go to the origin of when it was written. See, liberals and people don't want to do that. They want to take something and make it apply to everything, when some things can, but some things can't. And then you got to go to the origin. Well, why was this written in the first place? Why did they legislate this? What was it passed for? What was the topic? Then you address it. And so what's going on right now is very, very key. Well, what I've been talking about now for 4 and 5 years to my family, well, longer than that, but 4 and 5 since the visuals have become more and more. But on air, you've heard me talk about this a lot. Marbury versus Madison, 1803. Very key right now. It's taking place right now. And if you go to Google and you type in Supreme Court docket search, and then go to the official docket search on supremecourt.gov, type in Donald J. Trump. So Donald J. Trump. Type that in just like that in the little search box. That's how it's going to pull up. So you got to search it the right way. And it's going to pull up a ton of dockets, cases by President Trump. One of them alone, the 23-939, when you click on it, it's going to be a scroll like you've never seen before. And every one of those are dockets and separate. So what you're watching right now is leading to that. And it's all biblical because, again, God gave our founders this nation. When our founders established this nation, they never dreamt it would look like this whatsoever. And you take the executive branch, the legislative branch, and the judicial. The legislative writes the laws. The executive enforces them. Judicial interprets them. But the only thing of the first two, though, are what funds the judicial branch. So see, our House representatives and senators and president and vice president, they're elected by us, the people. Judges are not elected by us. They are appointed by those people that we elected. So when the judges don't do the will of the people, which would be really the will of our representatives, when they don't do the will of our representatives, then they're going against the will of the people. And see, that's exposing, which is awesome. This is nothing to fret. This is why Christians need to, this is where, now is your fight, baby. If you want to be, if you think that you're ready, now's the time to be standing on it. Now's the time to be a Christian. It ain't no time to be no back pew Baptist. All right. Now's the time to be standing on your feet and your foundation firm, going, this is biblical. Because President Trump, when he moved Jerusalem, when he moved the capital of Jerusalem, December the 6th, 2017, think how long that's been now. That's been 8 years ago. All right, so you're well into this now, and you are watching biblical history take place, and it don't matter if it's the way the Southern Christians believe. Southern in Alabama's and Mississippi's and Louisiana's, you got your deep South Pentecostals and heavy Baptists, and they believe that a rapture, you're going to be sitting on your couch and you're going to shoot right up through your living room sky, maybe through your chimney, depending on what you're doing in your house, but they believe that. Then you have certain group of people that believe the rapture just means a new beginning, a cleansing of the earth. So it don't matter how it happens. Guess what? It's out of your control. Because if you believe in God, then it's in his control. But then also God says in his word that he is not the author of confusion. So if he's not the author of confusion, he has to be the author of what? Completion. So it would be in your best interest as a Christian, it would behoove you to know the God that you claim you serve and that you believe in. And it's just like your relationships. Guys, I'm pretty sure if you missed your wife's birthday, she's going to have something to say about that. I'm pretty sure she's going to have something to say about that. And if you don't get her a card or flowers or whatever it is she likes, chocolate, whatever, dinner, spa, whatever it is, I'm pretty sure she's going to have something to say about that. All right. And I'm pretty sure that relationship ain't going to last too long. All right. So what's the difference in getting to know your wife versus getting to know the God that you claim that you believe in and you serve? It's the same thing. It's a relationship. It's not a religion. It's a relationship. So a lot of people have forgotten that. And again, if you believe in God, then there's absolute proof that's been passed down, called a Bible. Doesn't matter if there's books missing or not. Because again, if God's not the author of confusion, then what you do have, he meant for you to have. And I've heard so many people say, well, what if something's missing? If God's the author and the creator of everything that I see, live, breathe, touch all day long, I'm pretty sure that what little bit, and I'm like, you don't even read the scripture you do have. So again, even if you only had a couple scriptures, Even if you were living, which we're nowhere in that primitive days anymore, but if you were living in the middle of nowhere, Montana, and your house burned down or whatever, and you're like laying there about to die, and you're like, oh, I need to read the Bible, and you pick it, I'm pretty sure that you wouldn't even need the Bible. But at the same time, if you did, that's why God said, keep these words in your heart. There may be a day that they're not there. So too many people look into stuff that just don't matter. And so I believe if you believe in God and the God of Israel, then why would you expect to be in his kingdom if you're not willing to fight for it right now down here in what you think is a fight? So the people who are jumping ship, you know, you're in a bad situation from the standpoint of those of us. It's like this saying I put up today: a Christian walking in the spirit will offend a Christian walking in the flesh all day long. So see, there's a lot of Christians out there in name only, Christ in name and Jesus and God in name only. They just know the name and that. Oh yeah, I believe in God. Okay. Well, I mean, if you just believe in God but nothing about it, then you know I believe in Santa Claus. Well, you know, big deal. So it's just a shell. So you got to fill in that shell. And so many people have lost that and lost touch with that, but also lost touch with our foundation. And it got close. I mean, it ain't no doubt about it. I mean, those have been awake for a while, people like me and fighters who, veterans, older veterans, and people who have known the foundation, do know the legislation, how it works, et cetera. You know, there's a bunch of us's out there, and probably a lot listening here. But still, those of us that know, well, we got close to losing it. We were very close to God's wrath. There's no doubt about it. But enough people started crying out to him, and he says that if my people will cry out to me, I will save them. So, you know, the cool thing about it, if there is a cool way to spin it, is if you look back at the Marine Corps math. I love my Marine Corps out there, but if you look back at Marine Corps math, they said it was 3% of population that fought in the revolution. It was not 3%. It was 1.7 to 1.9% if the numbers are accurate on how many were in the military during that time period. Then you divide that number each year by the population, and that gets your percentage. And so it's 1.7 to 1.9%, so about 1.8 on average. All right. And so that's not a lot of people. When you do 1.8% of 2.3 million people, that's not a lot of people who fought for the very fabric of why we're here right now. That great, ideology that we talk about. And our military, our Declaration, our Articles of Confederation, our Constitution, our Bill of Rights, there wasn't a lot of people who did. And when you think about where we are now, the men and the women, when the women joined the fight, just think back then, that wasn't a lot of women back then. There was a few Midnight Riders that were ladies, but look at where we are now, ladies. You guys, all pun intended, but hey, look where we are now. Look at all the people who are involved now, who are empowered, know our history, learning our history, and then also learning legislation, knew our legislation, also knows how, you know, elections work and the cycle, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, when you're doing all your setup in your towns and communities across America. Look how many people are awake to that process now versus what was. And that's why you have the liberals. The liberals, that's why Christians need to be stronger. It's because the liberals look like rats. When you smoke a rat out and then you hurry up and go plug the hole, well, if they can't find another hole to hide in, then what are they going to look like? Like a fool. They'll be running around going, oh, sunlight. I hate sunlight. You know, and you're like, oh, suck's up, you know. But so it's the same thing. That's what you're seeing right now. So if you are a Christian, now's the time to be even stronger. Not mean, not whatever, but now's the time to kick in and go, I want to punch them in the face, but I love you, and here's what's taking place. You know, and it's tough. It ain't easy. I mean, see, that's the thing with me is I try to tell people I'm not a podcaster. God gave me a platform, and I don't abuse it. But I'm not a podcaster. And I have to work even harder. And every veteran in here, Tim, and everybody, all the people know this. Every veteran knows this. You have to work harder than the average person, because when you get geared up, especially when you know the foundation and you know the history and you know military law, military orders, military regulations, when you know absolutely what's going on for the right reasons, it's 100 times harder to fight that urge not to kick into that almost drill sergeant voice where you want to scald somebody and almost like just shake them and be like, listen to me. Like, it's hard. Like, I get it. It is. But, if I can do it, then everybody else can. And we're human, and it's okay to get frustrated sometimes. And frustration don't mean anything bad, but, so if I can do it, everybody else can.
Thank you, Derek. Also, Derek, do you want to touch on, I know you were going to talk about, I don't know, what did you say? You wanted to talk about the story that everybody's paying attention to, and then maybe touch a little bit on what we're seeing with this whole Yemen situation. And I don't know if you're hearing about all these swatting incidences that are happening. Do you want to touch on some of that?
Well, the Yemen thing is what's humorous. When I got on X last night, there's 2 or 3 liberal accounts I just troll really hard because I'm like,
no, really?
Well, what
kidding.
I do is, and I've had to quit. I have had to quit with certain wording because I'm like, okay, the goal is to win these people over. So I quit saying certain things in there, no matter how much I want to. All I do now is say, this is how ignorant y'all are. That's the worst I get. And then also I say the joke's on you. But this one pops up about, so Trump said he wasn't going to start any wars, and he started one in the first 2. And I'm like, Yemen, Obama signed an executive order way back in 2012 for Yemen. Declared a national emergency. This is why it's key to understand executive orders and national emergencies. And see, that's why President Trump, it's so easy for anybody else that does understand legislation, but also executive orders, national emergencies, because they're not legislation. It's an executive order. It's not legislation. It requires 0 legislation, an executive order. A national emergency, though, that's why that's very, very key. Every president since 1973 has said that the War Powers Act amendment, not the first original 2, but the War Powers Amendment in 73 has been unconstitutional. And what that ties into is what I've been talking about with 1951, when Congress put term limits on the president, but not themselves. See, Congress was the ones that took it and nosedived it like a plane, just right to the ground. In 51, they put term limits on the president, but not themselves. Well, then in 73, they amended the 1941 and 42 War Powers Act from Roosevelt and made it the 1973 War Powers Resolution Act. That's what they titled it. Well, in there, they gave the president the authority to declare a national emergency in order to use the armed forces. Well, you could, and I have made this case for those who have, like if I know an audience is wide awake, then you can understand this, that from 1979, I can make a case that every president since 79 has been a wartime president, because we have an executive order with a national emergency that's been continued ever since 1979. Jimmy Carter. And that's where people have to really separate your emotions, your feelings, divorce those, and sit in a neutral seat. Don't worry about the president initially until there is evidence. But there could be made a case, because a president is a standalone person, it could be made a case that some presidents that you thought were bad weren't. It was what was around them, and the pressure around them, and then the assassination talks around them. All right. But there's a case for that. That's why everybody has to be careful, because in special operations, you have to have bad actors. Some are bad and expendable. Some are bad and they're actually good. They're just playing a bad role. Some were bad, but they weren't a big fish per se. They were and they weren't. But they're flippable. They're able to pawn them and go, okay, they were bad at front, but then we can use them and flip them. There's a lot of things, and that's why people need to get in and nosedive, really, special operations, irregular warfare, unconventional warfare, clandestine operations, covert operations. If you really want to know what's going on, those are your ones you got to really study and deep dive. And don't be afraid to think outside the box. You can keep your foundation and think outside the box. And so the War Powers Act and that national emergency clause was Congress. But see, when you tie in President Trump now and the good guys going in and setting up this special operation, setting up this unconventional warfare, irregular warfare, setting up this strategic plan, that's why not a single liberal or Democrat, you got to listen to the verbiage here. You got to listen to the vernacular. You got to listen to all the terminology. Listen here. That's why you haven't seen a liberal or Democrat say you can't do that. They haven't told President Trump he can't do it. I ain't talking about low-level liberals. They'll say that. I'm talking about like actual what you thought were congressmen and women the last 10 years. They didn't say you can't do that. Because all he has to go, and he's already said it in other ways, but I'm going to paraphrase, not that he needs me, but paraphrase it and go, well, why did you keep it in law? Why is it still on law books? Why is it still in codification? Why is it still on paper? Why didn't you revoke it? Why didn't you abolish it? If it's still on paper, guess what it means? I can use it. I can enforce it. It's real simple. So that's where you bring in right now. It's this simple. That's like I tell people, you have two options. Only two. You don't even have a third option. You have two options. You can either believe that Joe Biden is a good guy that had to play a bad role, all right, and have everybody, mocking him, ridiculing him on this side. So you look at President Trump, the left ridicules and mocks him, and they think they're correct, the same as you think you're correct about Joe Biden. But me, as a guy who knows a little bit about special operations and irregular warfare, and that I can go, well, just as much as you think you're correct about Joe, the liberals think the same about President Trump. And there's not a thing that you can tell a liberal to exonerate President Trump. And there's not a thing that a liberal could say to exonerate old Joe. It would have to come from opposite sides. To quell and to simmer all of the chaos, President Trump's going to have to need liberals, high bid name liberals, to exonerate him. And if Joe was playing a role, then all of it would exonerate it in the first place. So you only have two options at this point. You still only had them last year, but now you have what I call bookends. You have some visuals now of bookends. If you think President Trump's sending troops to the border right now, who put them there last year? Why was he the only one at the border with the governor of Texas? Why was he the only one with the governor of Texas and the adjutant general? That's a rank structure to us veterans. So, see, that's where it steps up to a new category. Not that we're better than you. You can know. But if you're being defiant and, I don't know about that. That's a bunch of hogwash. If you're that, then that is where veterans trump, all pun intended, civilians. Because that was a rank structure. That was your commander-in-chief, the state chief executive, the governor, and then the adjutant general. The adjutant general reports to the state chief executive, the governor, unless the National Guard are federalized by Title 10. Well, why would Donald Trump be there any other time if Joe Biden was a sitting president, if he was real? It should have been Joe, no matter what you thought about him. It should have been him. So that shows you your unique category. So then it goes back to your two options. Either Joe was real and he was president, and he's the greatest president of all time with President Trump, or your other option. President Trump's a wartime president in a unique setup of invoked laws and orders, special operations, unconventional warfare, irregular warfare, clandestine operations, covert operations, overt operations. All right, they're all there. That's your two options, because Yemen, Obama wrote, signed, and declared that national emergency. It's been continued every single year since then. So now that you see President Trump at the helm again in your eyes, if you're someone who didn't know about all this before, well, guess what? That meant Obama continued that order because he didn't leave till 2016. He wrote it in 2012. All right, so he continued it. President Trump continued it from 2017 to 2021. And if you thought Joe was real, that means he continued it from 2021 to 2025, and it's still in place. And now President Trump is bombing Yemen. Okay, so it's from an executive order with a national emergency way back in 2012. 13 years old. It's that simple. Why would Joe Biden continue? So he's continued 8 executive orders by President Trump alone, 8 with 8 national emergencies. Every single one of those orders are what's deporting the migrants. It's what's taking the Panama Canal back. It's what's combating the opioid and fentanyl, illicit drugs, all that. It's what's cleaning out the federal government, the Doge. It's everything. Every single executive order President Trump put into place. So that eliminates the liberals saying anything about President Trump. They'd have to be dogging Joe, but then they got to dog Kamala. Then they got to dog the whole thing. So they need to just abolish their whole everything and just set up their own new party and have it all new leaders, because they're in a bookend situation where I can go, you guys look atrocious because your dude, that's where I can play devil's advocate with someone, even though I know what I know and it's all a unique operation, but that's how you get them over and go, hey, your dude, he continued all these. Why didn't he? If he was president, he'd have had the same powers as every other president. Why didn't he revoke those? That makes no sense. Why would he continue them? That means enforcing. Continue a national emergency means you're enforcing it, because there's that clause in Chapter 34 of the National Emergencies, Chapter 34 of Title 50, not 33, the War Powers Act, but Chapter 34 of the National Emergency. See, it's separate. It says that a national emergency automatically terminates in 2 years after its declaration. If it's not, continue. So why would Joe do that if he was real? Election interference, that's the other biggie. Lawfare, all that. That all falls under that. So he wrote his own death wish? I mean, that's what you'd have to say. So when you get back to the Yemen, there's that. And then this article, I had a good question this week about how can a judge block a federal order? I was like, great question. They can't. All right, that's exposing the judges and the lawyers of the bar system. This is why this is all so perfect. You know, if you Google right now, Google and their bull crap would tell you that the bar, that's a conspiracy theory. Okay, so why in the hell is it called a bar then? What else would bar stand for? Like what would that have to do with jurisprudence? What would that have to do with jurisprudence? What would that have to do with, what would bar mean? You'd have to come up with something that the bar means outside of where y'all going on Friday and Saturday nights. And some of you earlier than that. But right, you know. So, but especially today's Happy St. Patty's Day, right? Some of y'all gonna be cutting this thing off, and y'all gonna go Irish it up tonight. I know, right? So, where did bar come from? If it don't mean British Accreditation Registry, then what does it mean? What? See, and they don't want to. They've tried to erase that. You can't. It's already been known. It's already a known factor. And then it ties into 1868 1868, the 14th Amendment. Of course, you can start before that. 1867 with your Canada going to the crown. All right, 1860. And then you got 1868, the 14th Amendment. 1871, the first Organic Act. Then you have it was abolished in 1874, and then they wrote it again, another Organic Act of 1878. That's the one that really established the foreign territory of D.C., made it a permanent government of the District of Columbia. Then you can look at the 1870s as a whole. That's when the bar started popping up everywhere. These bar clubs, bar associations. And then you had to go to, that's when you could not, before then, you could go sit up under an attorney yourself, regular person, read the books, and attorney go and test you on it. Like, hey, what would you do with blah, 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 blah. Well, page this says that. Then you could be an attorney. All right. But then after that, it's when you had to start going to law schools. And it became this society, this organization, this club, this association. And 1889, Stoutenberg versus Hennick. It'd be a great thing. So it's going to be fun to spell that, but you should be able to wing it if you voice it into Google pretty easy. Stoutenberg versus Hennick. Stoutenburgh, I believe, versus Hennick, Hinnick. Go read that. And you can see a little bit of the droppings of D.C. in there. But then that started snowballing. And the judicial branch started taking on what they thought was more power. And judges and lawyers started, not all of them, but a lot of them, taking the power in their hands. And see, Marbury versus Madison, 1803, is very key. It was landmark and a landslide. Very key. We had a founding father, James Madison, going in to have to defend what a law looked like. 14 years after the Constitution went into play in 1789, 16 years after it was written. I mean, think about that alone. 16 years. Those of you, all of us who are over 40 years old, we know how quick 10 years goes by. It goes by quick now, right? 16 years after the Constitution was written and what all those men went through in that war, we have to have a founding father walk into the United States Supreme Court and have to clarify what a freaking law looked like. No wonder we look stupid now. And you have to use that terminology. We look dumb when we have people who are trying to defend child rapists and murderers. We have people who are trying to defend child rapists and murderers. What's the Bible say about what happens to you if you mess with a child? Have you looked in Google what a millstone looked like? You would be at the bottom of the deepest part of the ocean quicker than a cat can lick its ass with a millstone wrapped around your neck. That's how fast you're going to the bottom. That's what the God of Israel says. How can people not understand that? And we got these people. So you're starting to see that corruption and what their little wheelhouse was behind the scene. They created their own checks and balances. Then they and the Congress and their other little wheelhouse, your lobbyists, oh boy, those are the ones President Trump talks about, the lobbyists. Those are the dirty ones. Those are the ones in the ears of congressmen and women. Those are the ones making congressmen and women rich. Those are the ones going, if you pass this, you write this bill and pass this, I'll get you this. I'll put $2 million in your pocket. Those are the dirty ones. Those are the ones. So this system back here. And if you read our founding fathers' quotes, they're very harsh on the day you stop fighting and the day we don't have yearly elections, annual elections, not every 4 years, not every this year, annual. We have some quotes about that. Very, very key. I'll post a lot of these up later on my page, some sites that have a lot of quotes. But But you go back to that. So Article 1, they're showing you right now, Marbury versus Madison, the legislative branch and executive branch fund, again, the judicial branch, because the judicial branch are all appointed by them. We elect representatives. That's why everything's been backwards. 535 members of Congress work for us, not the other way around. And it's been the other way around for, you can make a case, obviously, since 1868, but it really went bad after World War II. And it really, really nosedived after Newt Gingrich in the 90s, etc. So there's a lot of cases you can make along the way where it just kept buried and buried. And so Article 1 is your legislative branch. Article 2 is your executive branch. Article 3 is your judicial branch. With a judge trying to block at a district level, that's a district. Then you have the Court of Appeals above that. Then you have the Supreme Court. Well, when you know what President Trump has logged in with the Supreme Court, when you read articles right now and you hear the chatter about, like if you're watching Fox News still, I like Mark Levine, but you got to read between the lines. You got to know what he's talking about and who he's trying to wake up. And it's really good because he knows the foundation really well. He knows our history really well, our founders really well. So you have to bridge the gap between him and someone like me. He and I would be a good pair for people to go watch Mark Levine talk about our founders and our history. And even Newt Gingrich is very, very versed on that. And then listen to me tie in what's happening on the backside with the actual laws and orders. And it'll make sense. But Marbury versus Madison. So you had Marbury in there and also Chief Justice Marshall. They knew better. They knew that Thomas Jefferson and that crew would abolish the courts and start all over again. That's why Marbury versus Madison is very, very important. It was a landmark and a landslide case. You have James Madison, founding father, in there saying, hey, and I'm putting it in layman's terms for everybody here, but it basically says any statute that looks like a law, bears the appearance of a law, looks like a law, that does not support the Constitution is null and void. Done. No questions asked. It shouldn't be on the paper. Never. That was 16 years after the Constitution was written, a founding father having to go into the Supreme Court and clarify what the law looked like. That's how bad lawyers were already getting then. And that wasn't even the bar yet. That wasn't even the British accreditation. Because they were still fighting the dang British. See, the British revolted in 1812. People forget about the Battle of 1812, the War of 1812. The British revolted and we whooped their asses again. Excuse my French, but I just have to. And I have to tell in honor of Major George Armistead, who was the commander of the Battle of Baltimore. He's the one that said, I want a flag so big that the British will not have any trouble seeing what's coming for them. And they say that flag was almost like a football field. That's hard to comprehend. But if he had the heart that I have, well, I guess if I have the heart that he has, I would say, stitch it, baby. Make it happen. That's the same flag that Francis Scott Key wrote the Star Spangled Banner about. See, a lot of people just have forgotten our history. But Marbury versus Madison, very, 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 very key. They knew that Jefferson and the Federalists would abolish the Supreme Court if they had to and start all over again with that side. Because when people right now, and I'm going to divert really fast and then come back around, but people right now ask the question about, well, are we the new republic? Ladies and gentlemen, our foundation, our declaration says it is their right, it is their duty to overthrow such government, to rid it and reset it. We can always do that if we get back. We hope we don't get back to this spot, but we can always do that. So we didn't lose our fabric. We didn't lose those premises. We didn't lose the Constitution. We didn't lose the Declaration. We didn't lose any of that. It's still there. You have to fight for it, but you have to know why you're fighting. And then you also have to remember due process. See, if we went in and looked like dictators, the moment we don't do things lawfully, the other side will want to get in the streets. And some of you would probably welcome that, but we shouldn't want to. We shouldn't have to. Our founders didn't like war. It was just a consequence of what was going on. We shouldn't want it. We shouldn't thrive for it. We should avoid it at all costs. So that's what's been taking place. There was a way to save it, way to clean out all these corrupt people, because all President Trump had to do, and if you've read part 2 of my book, you already know what I'm going to say, but all they had to do was enforce the law. Enforce it. Now, it wasn't going to be fun because you're seeing it. You're seeing people going, well, let them. You should be grinning. This is the moment you put that, it's hard not to say the word, but put that crap-eating grin on your face. This is what you voted for. If you voted for President Trump, this is what you voted for. But it's bigger than that. There's not just a presidency. So Article 1 ties in right now because Article 1 is your legislative branch. So when you go back to December the 2019, I talk about it all the time. It's going to sound like a broken record. Title 50, Chapter 33.
Oh, we lost you, Derek. Where'd you go? Hello. You in a bad spot, Derek?
2019.
We lost you there for a minute, Derek.
I'm still here.
Okay, so can you guys? Okay, so go ahead and finish. I
I'm
think
still
you were
here.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, I mean, it didn't show I lost anything, but so.
Well, maybe it's my end.
So on that side of there's never been a date outside of the date that it was logged. There's never been a date put in a clause until December the 2019. That's what's so unique about this. But that's Article 1. Coming up, see, so in March 2020, when President Trump federalized 1 million reserve components, so now go read that article where it says, about the judge blocking it. And they had the Brennan Center, and then they had someone else commenting from this other organization. We're not in a wartime. Yes, we are. Now, a lot of that still had to be written because of what? Addressing it. But yes, we are in a wartime situation. Yes, we are in wartime laws. We most certainly are. So this is why, again, it don't matter that it's 5 years old. If laws and orders that were 5 years old didn't matter, liberals wouldn't be losing their freaking minds right now about President Trump and the 1798 Aliens and Seditions Act. All right. So 5 years ago, definitely ain't that long ago. Wartime power. December the 2019. When you heard all the chatter about terminating the Constitution, Donald Trump's going to terminate the Constitution. He don't care about our Constitution. He can't terminate the Constitution, even if he wanted to terminate it by that term. Guess who controls that? Article 1. Guess who that is? Legislative branch. That's your Congress. They're the ones who can suspend the Constitution. Article 1, Section 9, Clause 2. I talk about it all the time. The writ of habeas corpus. The suspension clause. That's the legislative branch. So guess who the liberals should be mad at? All the congressmen and women, because they did that. And then you have your tie-in to presidential, Article 2. All right. He has a responsibility. He is the commander-in-chief of the armies and the navies. That's what the Constitution reads. All right. Well, Eisenhower, that's why he quotes Eisenhower all the time. Eisenhower established the Presidential Emergency Action Documents. They are draft classified. You can't Google what's in them, but they are draft classified. They are national emergencies, executive orders, and proclamations all in a bundle. The way you prove it is this. President Trump told you recently, I've signed over 400 executive actions
Well, on the Federal Register, there's only 130 public. So that tells you right there that there are how many? I mean, that would be what, 370 left? 270? I had to do the math. 270 left that you can't find? That's a lot of orders and proclamations that you can't even put your eyes on. That tells you we're in a wartime. Article 2, he told you the other day, he said, you didn't need a bill. I kept telling you didn't need a bill. All you need is Article 2. Who said that last year? I kept telling everybody, you don't need a bill for the border. You don't need a bill. A bill is only good for what? Funding, money. That's all a bill is good for, is the funding of it. But you don't need, if it was a true invasion, at the end of the day, the hell with the money, shut the border down. So you go by your breach of national security first. You go by the level of risk. Well, if it's at the highest risk, then you forget the money, shut it down. Now, just like that. President, Article 2, he don't have to wait for a bill. So see, that's where it comes to, you're learning the people who know what's going on by true foundation versus anything else. And so Article 2 ties in with that. And then also your presidential emergency action documents. When a P goes into place, guess what accompanies that? The continuity of government. And so it's real simple to tie in, because quote unquote Joe, all right, if he was real and was president, he'd have had the same power as every other president. So President Trump, Executive Order 13961, December the 7th, 2020, it shows on registration, it shows on the Federal Register that Joe revoked that January 19th, 2025. So just a day before President Trump took over, old Joe is revoking the executive order for a continuity of government. You can't revoke something that wasn't invoked. And the invoking means that the continuity of government plan was in place. So why would Joe, if he was president with all that power, why would he wait to the last day of his full day of presidency to revoke it if there wasn't a continuity of government? Why didn't he revoke it January the 20th, 2021? His powers would have been the same. So see, it's little things like that that can show you. Now, it's a unique setup. It's a World War II tactic, slightly different. Your government in exile, your shadow governments, all those things tie into that. That's your World War II, your puppet state, your puppet government. All right. The other evening, I don't know when the last time we talked, but February about the 18th, I think it was, a reporter asked President Trump, and this is where, if I was being Johnny Cash and being a little bold and a little bit pat myself on the back, I am the only person who's talked about this, because my grandfather and my great uncles taught me this. I'm the only person out there who has any kind of platform who talked about this one thing: the puppet government, the puppet state. The Philippines, I've talked about it for a long time. The Philippines was one of the best analogies and examples. What is a reporter doing asking President Trump about a puppet state, puppet government, and a capitulation in the same sentence about Russia? All right. So again, if you're sitting around with your friends and family, I ask people, when's the last time you've been sitting around with your friends and family that you can cordially talk to, that you use the terminology occupied, occupation, white flag of surrender, capitulation? When's the last time? When have you talked about a puppet government? You haven't, because they're military terms. They're not government terms. They're all military. All right. So you'd have to know about military to be able to have that topic and that subject and that conversation. So what is a reporter doing asking President Trump about capitulations and a puppet government with Russia? The puppet governments where they installed a president. Philippines is the best example. They had the real president in D.C. with Roosevelt, Quezon. Then Japan installed another president in the Philippines. He had control of the civil affairs only. Do you know the 3 insignia that was consistent with Joe Biden, the fake actor Joe, the whole time? There were 3 things that were consistent. 3 visuals around quote unquote Joe every time. There was military intelligence headband, judge advocate general, and then civil affairs and psychological operations. Those 2 go together. It sounds like 2 separate to make 4. It's not. Those 2 go together. Military intelligence, judge advocate general, civil affairs, and psychological operations. Insignia on the military. That's pretty consistent with January the 20th, 2017, when the military, first time ever, officers walked down behind President Trump. At the moment, he's saying we're taking the power out of D.C. and giving it back to you, the people. And there's headband insignia of JAG, Judge Advocate General, and military intelligence. And you wouldn't have needed the psychological operation portion at that moment for visual sake because they weren't there yet. So see, it's little things like that. So your Article 3 of the judicial, this judge blocking that, judges can be impeached and they also can have their courts shut down and abolished. Like, let's just say you're in Dayton, Ohio right now. I'm just picking a place, but let's just say you're in Dayton, Ohio. All right. And you got a judge there, a federal judge, what? All right. And that's his domain or what are you going to call it? They could walk in there, shut it down today. Keys, lock it up, shut it down, out of there. See, so these judges they're exposing themselves. And it just so happens we're in the strategic operation, right? So all this stuff is strategically planned. That judge is a whom? Clinton appointed judge. So, all this stuff is to show people, don't get into the hype of that. Get into and understand how judges are appointed. Get in and understand how legislation works. Get in and understand your executive branch, legislative branch, judicial branch. Go read our founders. Read the Federalist Papers. Go read Thomas Paine's Common Sense. Go read some of that. And get into the mind of those men, and then put yourself go Google how old they were. Think about where you were at 34 years old. What were you doing at 34? Then think about what Thomas Jefferson was doing at 34, writing a freaking Constitution, and how brilliant it is. You got to get like that. And it's going to take more work for some people than it is others. It's going to take more. But you got to know and get in that premise and that mindset somehow, because we got to maintain and sustain this. And we're going to deal with the ramifications. I don't know what percentage it's going to be, but we're going to still have some ramifications because some people just can't get right, don't want to get right. And so we're going to have to deal with a little bit of it. But of course, the more that's being unveiled and more, then it's going to alienate the left. The low-level left, as I call them, your average liberals and the ones who are acting like fools right now completely. But then the rhinos, there's a lot of rhinos out there jumping ship because they don't read. They don't know what's going on. So, you just got to, if you know any of them, you got to say, hey, man, if you care about this country, you'd read the stuff that matter. This clickbait and all this hype and drama and propaganda, it's going to be abolished. Got to be. And the other thing really fast is that's what President Trump has pulled over everybody. And they had to do it this way. But if you took right now and you shut down communications completely, you talking about panic. So that's why this stuff had to be so delicate, because of what we got to our accessibility. But look at the children that were, maybe not even children, but look at 15-year-olds to 20-year-olds when Facebook shut down a couple of years back, year or two back, whenever that was, for 12 hours. Think about the pandemonium with that one little sector that happened. And parents were like going, oh man, they're about to lose their minds because they can't be on Facebook. Just that one little thing. So think about if you shut it down for a month or 2 or 3 or just think about the pandemonium of certain apps that people have gotten so just addicted to, but especially the younger generations. And the younger generations are the ones that matter for us that are 40, 50, 60. My God, they're the ones that's supposed to be taking over. That's that Native American term where you got to think 7 generations out. Oh my God, we didn't even have to think about 7. The ones just 2 and 3 under us, they don't think about it. They have no clue what's going on. The rest of them are taking up and defending stuff they don't even know what they're defending. They don't know how to lead this country. They don't. That's why it had to look this way. And so when you think about the computers in your phones, what people don't realize, that 1798 Aliens Act, it's not just the Aliens Act. It's called the 1798 Aliens and Seditions Act. It's got 2 laws attached to it. It's not just one. President Trump didn't put that part in there because the second part to it is where they can hammer, prosecute, delete, erase, whatever. Depends on the level of it. But anybody, they wrote this in 1798, our founders, made it to where they couldn't print, whomever, the crap they dealt with back then, the riffraff of their era. You couldn't print in newspapers or anything else, flyers, etc., any propaganda, any misinformation, false informations, etc. So when you think about me, I know people get tired of it sometimes, but you got to listen to me because I'm showing you how to fight. But when people claim to be a President Trump supporter and they're saying that I'm a Kamala handler or I work for Kamala and I'm deep state because I'm a veteran showing you laws and orders, but then they also take it one step further. They don't fight. They don't say, hey, well, I don't think the law says that, Derek. I think it means this. Oh, no. Let me just try to steal your trademark. What the hell has that got to do with me saying I think this law and I believe this law, I know this law means this, 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 and this? Why didn't they go, well, I don't think it means this, this, and this. I think it means this, that, and that, and that. Oh, no, don't even do that. Let me just try to steal your federal trademark. Let me just try to frame you in conversations with people you've never talked to. Like, that right there is why it matters. And now that's just me alone. There's a lot of me's out there. But look at President Trump. Look at what he had to deal with in the first 4 years. If he didn't have to fight all that, think of where we would be. Think of where we would be everybody has to point a finger to all our ancestors. It wasn't just no one could be like, well, it wasn't your family. No. Somewhere along the way, it just kept snowballing. And we got to where we are. So when you look at the malicious stuff that's out there, you cannot be a President Trump supporter without wanting to know what laws and orders are put into place. And when you're going after a veteran, especially for showing the laws and orders, you're not a President Trump supporter. You're not anywhere remotely close to it. So you're either ignorant and or deep state. You're both. You're either one. And so when you look at this stuff that President Trump, he mentioned this at the March 4th, whatever you want to call that, State of the Union, address to Congress, whatever you want to call it, doesn't matter. He had Melania sitting there with two young girls. The girl on the right looking at the screen was the one that the key that ties into this. He was talking about how some of her photos had been taken and malicious, vicious stuff put on them and spread all over the internet. Luckily, that girl had a good mind of her own and also probably friend base and family base that kept her mental health there. She didn't hurt herself. But look at all the children and different people cyberbullying that's read things on the internet that someone took a photo of theirs or did something and sent it out into the internet world, and it went viral, and boom, they killed themselves or something. That's the worst case scenario. President Trump said, I'm signing that into law, and I'm going to use it myself. Well, he's talking about people that hold up severed heads. He's talking about all this stuff. But he's also talking about people who spread misinformation, false information. That's why he hammered this guy who wrote this book that a certain person let into the White House way back. Now that he's got 2 books, he's hammering him, going, don't read this book. It's all false. It's full of crap, right? So when you think about it, they couldn't walk right in and go, we're going to abolish this and this. We're taking this away. And they can't just start whacking accounts without having a lawful basis behind it. They have to have a lawful basis, because he would look like a dictator if, what's his face, I don't even want to give him a name, but one of those big liberals on X with 1 million or 2 million followers, if he were to log in tonight and his account's gone, they got to have a reason to say, hey, well, based on the stuff that you're giving, you're going against the laws and the orders. You're telling people this. There has to be a lawful basis. That's why everything had to be done lawfully with a due process of that law. Because if the whole point, and it is, to clean out the government, clean out the corruption, clean out this good old boy crap, then the side that's cleaning it out has to set that precedent as well. So that's also why it had to take time, because one little facet alone has, just like the election fraud. I mean, we're talking about all the indictments out there that we know about. I mean, I know an attorney, he can't tell you certain things, but he said, I stopped counting at 77,000. So yeah, they can see it. They have database. They have access to that. So when you think about just our young kids alone, just with the daily, not even politics or government or military, just they're talking between their friends. There would be pandemonium if they shut down some of these apps. So they had to do that very, very delicately. And so that 1798 is not just the Aliens Act and deportation. It also has a stem in it. When he invokes one side, it's going to invoke both of them because they both were passed together. So see, that's why it pays another laws and orders, because there's a lot of platforms. They going to wake up and they are going to be gone. And then when they do go seek counsel, that act's going to be in place, and all of the courts are going to be cleaned out, and they're going to be like, well, you were saying this, and this, and you did this, and that, and you try to steal this, that, and this. You're not going to have a leg to stand on, because they weren't trying to go, oh, well, I think this law means this, and oh no, you tried theft. What's theft have to do with law? It's against the law, ain't it? Okay, so why'd you try that? So see, even just being ignorant. That's why the old saying, if you ain't got nothing nice to say, don't say anything at all. Well, you probably don't want to bite off more than you can chew either. And so that one little act is so awesome, because a lot of people didn't realize it has a 2-part law to it. It's not just a deportation. When he invoked it, it also invokes that all of these publications, all platforms are being looked and being wiped and being cleaned. And there will not be fake news when this is over with. We are going to have a clean out. But it's just theater right now, and it had to be done this way. But we're moving closer. He gave you 2 markers. Memorial Day, which is the last day of May, which ain't far off. That was one marker. And then he said July the 4th, 2026. So, you're not far off to starting to getting into the World's Fair. And then, but again, everything is all in Article 1, Article 2, Article 3. And I mean, it's so brilliant when you know that. And especially those of you that do know that. It's so brilliant what's going on right now.
And Derek, I want to say to you, I want to give you kudos because, and I'm going to tell everybody here in the audience, and for those of you that listen on the replay, Derek has been telling us this. And I always say, Derek is not reinventing the wheel. He is just breaking this down for us in layman's terms for us to understand it a little bit better, right? Because majority of people won't take the time and go read these executive orders, laws and orders that Derek has done. So he is just delivering it to us and explaining it to us. So for those people out there that have given Derek a hard time, it's pretty unfortunate, because what Derek has just said, and he has been saying, we're seeing it all unfold right now, everybody. So Derek legitimately has been giving us great information from the get-go. And I just feel bad for those that, have questioned him, because, I mean, this has been a great podcast, by the way, Derek. I mean, what you explained with this this act that they just the Aliens Act, this is huge, everybody. I don't think you realize how big this is, and all the articles and everything that he's talking about. I mean, it's all exposure. And I tell you guys and the audiences, and I tell, people in X Spaces or groups I'm in, this is all exposure. And people just don't get that. But I want to give you kudos, Derek, and say thank you, because I'm honored to have you here on every 2 weeks, and you legitimately have really you've been saying it from get-go, and you've been screaming from the rooftops, and I just want to tell you thank you. I'm very proud of you, and I'm very happy that this is coming in full force, that people can see it, and then, you can get your validation. We're all going to get it at some point, but you certainly deserve it. So I want to say thank you, and I just think it's awesome. I'm just have a big smile in the background going, Derek has been saying this the entire time, and you've just gotten shit for it. So,
let me put a cherry on top then, real quick.
Go for it.
You made me think of one more thing. You did it, so you did it. Blame yourself. But no, Tom Homan proved today in an article that you're in wartime presidential emergency action document, continuity of government, et cetera, military operation. He proved it when he said. And he told you at CPAC, I don't give a, what you think about me. He said, I don't care if there's a million hit pieces tomorrow, let them talk. Well, same thing with me. If you can't dish it, if you dish it and you can't take it, don't be dishing it. It's the saying. But that's what he's saying too, though. So see, all these people out there, they're dishing stuff. They don't even know what they're dishing. And that's why some of them feel like they can't take it, because they'll say something, they'll run hide, or then they go, oh, I shouldn't have said, or they'll, oh, you talking about me? Yeah, after you talked about me like 4 million times. Yeah, I defended myself, and now you can't take one little thing. So it's like Tom Homan sets the precedent of what everybody should feel like, because the left can't even tell if they're a boy or a girl. Let's just have some fun here. They wake up and they're like, and then on International Women's Day, all of a sudden we can define a woman on that day. So when you really think of their logic and you really think about that, just like diversity, I hate using cuss words like when it's spelled out like F-U-C-K, but you have to show what they're doing on X, and you and I know this on X, but one of them put up about, diversity hurts no one, you dumb orange F-U-C-K. And I'm like, okay,
wow.
So do we legislate kindness next? Is that what we do? Do we need a piece of paper that says, Jenny, you're going to be kind to me today, right? And if I come up to you, but if I'm an agitator though, and I'm like, I'm gonna piss Jenny off today, boy. I'm gonna see what pushes her button, right? Well, you might be the button that gets pushed, and you're like, Rah! Well. I'm like, oh, you've just broke the law. You weren't kind to me, but I just agitated the living hell out of you, right? And no one saw me agitating the living hell out of you. All they saw you do was go, right? And they go, oh, and I go, oh, you just broke the law. That's what they said when they say diversity. We practice diversity, ladies and gentlemen. We do that. And there's one thing that's already been broken. If the South, where slavery was, right? If the South, if white people and black people can get along like we do in the South, there's no more excuses for race or a race theory in this nation whatsoever. Because all you got to do is turn on the TV and look at all the athletes. Let's just be honest. Today's my day. I got a lot of Irish in me. I'm white. It's hard to tan. All right, but look on the TV. Look at professional sports. I've got a buddy of mine. We joke all the time. He is black as black can get. He won a Grammy too, by the way. Cool guy. And we talk about this all the time. Big MAGA guy. Big guy, right? And we talk about this all the time. It's like, look, yeah, those days are over. And what that same Congress, that same lobbyist, that same group, they try to spin this. But all you got to do is look around. All you got to do is say, okay, LeBron James ain't complaining. That dude signed a $25 million contract straight out of high school, didn't even go to college. He definitely, and of course, he has piped off about President Trump, and he gets what he deserves. But at the same time, he ain't been complaining about that money, and none of them are. Look at sports. So when you go back to Tom Homan, he proves we are in a wartime when he said this. He said, I don't care what the judge says. We're going to be in and out every day. Well, see, the left right now thinks that President Trump's a dictator. But see, what the left don't know, that's what's going to happen here in the future. Not terribly far off. But what the left don't realize is that all of their heroes are going to dwindle. And there's going to be one big person, power player, that's going to surprise all the Rhino Republicans. And, well, it might even surprise some Patriots, too. There's going to be one big power player that's going to surprise everybody. Because, again, the only way to exonerate President Trump, and he's starting all the, I don't like the words, he's starting the verbiage. We won't use rhetoric because rhetoric's a bad word sometimes. But he's starting the buildup of the presentation coming. As he's already started talking about the auto pen, he's already validating me. He's already validated me 100 times, period. But
that's so awesome.
The auto pen is he's starting to get everybody's attention. Now he's going to start getting that. They're going to start getting everybody's build up around. They're getting focused on that. And then he's also getting people focused on other things. But he's got to say it a certain way. Just like today asked him, the reporter asking a wartime president, have you heard of what's in the JFK files or read them? Get out of here. So what proves the wartime and what they're building people up for is when Tom Homan said that, well, if you think about the left, how would you exonerate President Trump? You'd have to have a key world figure that had everybody at the palm of their hands under God. And I'm not being sacrilegious, but you'd have to have someone like Obama. That even the Rhinos and Republicans, conservatives thought was whatever, but you got someone like Obama that's playing this role. All right. And they all have this stuff documented. So it's kind of like with me, with my documents, it's timestamped. It's in Google Drive. All right. And it's timestamped when I wrote those. Then other things that maybe you've written songs 10 years ago, 12 years ago, it's timestamped, right? It's timestamped. You can't argue with that. So those PEDs will be locked and timestamped, but it wouldn't just be Republicans, conservatives. It's going to be a lot of names in those PEDs and all these people that's going to exonerate President Trump on the other side. And the left ain't going, it won't even be left and right anymore. It'll just be, once again, truth will be brought back. Facts will be brought back by the words. I try not to use those words anymore. They're diluted. But it's going to be that. With that article today proved that for this one reason. Those of you who are awake, you're awake. Those of you who were once Democrats or liberals or whatever, you saw the light. If there are any here, if there's any listening in the future, you came to the light. It has nothing to do with Republican, Democrat at the end of the day. Has nothing to do with that. This is a good versus evil, straight up out the gate. All right. And so when you think about the end goal, which is saving America, but saving the world, every nation is an independent nation of its own. Everybody went through a resetting of the currency. Everything has been everything. It's a clean out of the world, the global alliances, the fall of the cabal, right? So when you think of that and you know that, well, then if you believe that, you have to, because there's nothing that can stop it. You're watching that and you're witnessing it. And every day that rolls out validation somehow, some way, it's leading to that grand finale and the unveiling of the history, which will account for that dash. But then the most sweetest part of it is the fact that if you believe in law and order and you believe in the foundation, you believe in that, Tom Homan saying we don't care about the judges. If there wasn't a PED, if there wasn't something documented with multiple world leaders, multiple leaders, left and the right, then it would be a dictatorship. See, that's what solves everything for everybody. It would be a dictatorship because telling the judges, which means from the bottom judge all the way to the Supreme Court, we don't care what you think, that would still be a part of the law unless they abolished it. But either way, it would still be a part of that. And so with him telling you that they don't care and they're going to keep going back and forth, he's telling you, yes, there are PEDs in place because President Trump told you, I've signed 400 executive documents. There's only 130 on the Federal Register right now. Where are the others? So that alone tells you that this is so gigantic, so enormous. Multiple leaders, world leaders of all walks, races. So no liberal is going to be able to look at a Prime Minister Modi of India. You know, are you racist? You know, like you're not going to be able to do this to all these walks and cultures and all these nationalities and ethnicities when they all come together and say, we've all been in this, we're all part of it. You can already see it now, those of you who are awake. But they definitely won't have any options. They're going to be ostracized and alienate. They're going to alienate themselves because that's what President Trump and the military did to the corruption. See, they didn't tell on them. They didn't go, oh, you know what Jenny did at work this week? Oh, Jenny did this, you know, and I'm in there to the CEO or what? She did this, and this. Well, guess what that could be like? Promote me, not her, right? Versus letting Jenny fall on her own and letting God carry you where you're supposed to go. And if you're supposed to be in that spot and Jenny get caught, then okay. So see, the Republican, conservative, the patriots, the real fighters, they didn't tell on the liberals. They started enforcing all the laws, law enforcement, U.S. Marshals, armed forces, every different form of law enforcement, sheriffs, they're doing everything what they're doing. And then the clean out of the federal departments, etc., your three-letter agencies, all those entities have been, as they've been cleaned out. When you're a good person, it goes back to this, and everybody knows this, but when you're a good person from the beginning and you're consistent through it and your integrity is there, all the other around you, if the more good people are doing what they're supposed to be doing, it drowns out everything else, and it funnels the bad into a funnel, and it traps them.
Yep. And we're seeing that, right?
Trapped.
And we're seeing that, everybody. We're seeing that a lot with the, Trump and what he's doing with all these, libtards, Democrats, and all demon rats, I call them. And we're even seeing it within the patriot community. We're seeing, a lot of these patriots be exposed for what they really are, right? The quote unquote patriot. So, that's why I say, everybody, you got to be careful who you're listening to and who you're following. But, we're in good hands here. We here at the Revival of America, we have some great guests. They're very consistent. Derek, I'm super proud of you. I am just, like I said, this is all, this must be kind of invigorating for you because I know you've taken a lot of shit, but this is coming full circle for you, my friend, and for many of us, honestly. But I just want to say congratulations and, thank you for the fight that you put up for all of us because you've definitely been out there for sure, and you've put your neck on the line, as many of us have. But you've taken a lot of those things and arrows as well. So I want to congratulate you.
Let me tell you what it feels like. My dad sent me a photo yesterday. So my dad and his first cousin did the buddy system together in 1961 in the Air Force. And the funny thing, and anybody who knows this knows the buddy system, you ain't a buddy for long because the only thing you buddy together is the basic training. After that, you get separated. And so he and his first cousin went in the Air Force together. And I get choked up thinking about it, but this is what my grandpa talked about too. My grandfather would look out the window, and he was known for a single teardrop. He could only do a single tear. And he would, every now and then I'd sit with him and he'd look out in the window and I'd ask him, what was the Army like? So long before I was 14, 15 years old. I said, what was the Army like? And He'd talk every now and then, and he'd talk about World War II, and he'd have a single tear. He had buddies. He lied about his age at 17 to get in. He had buddies that lied about their age at 14 and got in. And think about where 17 and 14-year-olds are today versus then. Think about going to a 14-year-old, even if you could get away with it, and trying to get them to lie about their age to get in the military. Think about it. Think about the heart that took and the mindsets of those men. That's what I was raised by. My grandfathers. My other grandfather was a merchant marine. But that mindset. And when I went to college at Alabama, my undergrad, there was an old man. At that time, he was, oh Lord, he was in his 80s then. This has been 20-something years ago, and he was at the door every Sunday morning, every Sunday evening, every Wednesday, greeting the door, shake your hand. And I was sitting there in one church service, and I didn't really know a lot of the people there, just a couple. And I was sitting at that service, and he was interviewed for Veterans Day. And this man, he had gotten cancer. He had esophageal cancer, so he was losing his voice. And his voice had started getting real high pitched, and it really was a tearjerker when you'd hear him talk, because it was like the way he would say things was so mellow, but yet the way he said it. And he talked about he was one of those that stormed the beaches at Normandy. And he said, ladies and gentlemen, I told God on that U-boat, if I ever got home, I would serve him every day and never forget it. He said, now that's a strong promise, he said, because a lot of people make that promise and don't keep it. But he was like, when that door fell, he said, before it fell, they had told us that morning that 10,000 had died just in one drop. And he said that my commander said, 2 out of 3 of you ain't going to make it home today. And he's like, people want to know what a split second feels like. I can tell you what a split second feels like. He said, because in that split second, after hearing that and that big lump that hit my throat, all I could think about was I'm not going to ever set foot on the green grass of Texas again. I'm never going to set foot into my mother's house again. I'm never going to set foot into the girl that was waiting for me to come home. I'm never going to do that. So I better make this count when that door drops. That's the men who built this country. That's the men you should be pissed off for. That's what riles me up every day. So when people want to know why I fight for them. And see, I get emotional about it because I don't want to sit here and cry because, you know, the idiots out there, they'll take that and spin that. Because that's what all us veterans want to punch a wall for. That's why we get mad and angry, is because those men, the heart it took to lie about your age and go serve into that. They lied about their age to get into that.
Right.
And like the press secretary said today about the French, y'all better be happy, because y'all be speaking German if it weren't for the Americans showing up. If it weren't for the heart, like my grandfather and those men, that's what chokes me up. And every time I cannot watch it. Every time I see that on the screen, every time I see a U-boat, every time I see that, but all I can hear was that old man losing his voice at that church when I was 19 years old at the University of Alabama, Tuscaloosa, Alabama, 19, hearing that man say that I had to make it count. And he said, you couldn't even been a coward. He said, the bombs and the bullets were hitting the water. You couldn't even be a coward at Normandy. You couldn't even have held off in the water. Bombs were hitting the water. Bullets were hitting the water. That's the men who raised me. My dad, he was that early Vietnam vet. And so he sends me this photo yesterday, and I knew that my relative had done 107 rescue missions in Vietnam. But he sends this paperwork of the Distinguished Flying Cross. See, ladies and gentlemen, that's the stuff that makes me every day. And then how we got treated in COVID. But see, that whole me and my fight in COVID, though, was still going, you're desecrating every memorial grave in this nation who fought for you. Because every one of you are a product of that ideology. Every one of you are a product of that fight, of that tenacity, of that mindset. And no, not all veterans know all the laws and orders. There's no way. But they're good people with good hearts. And then when they do get told, hey, this is lawful, this is what's going on, that you talking about rallying together and coming together and that camaraderie, it's always there. That's why veterans, we can be in the airport, never known each other, whatever. They see a ball cap, a patch or something, go, hey, blah, blah, blah. It, just like that. So people need to see that when you, just go to like Nashville, Tennessee. It's actually in Madison. There's one in California. There's one in South Dakota, Arlington. If you can't make it to Arlington, there are some memorial graves all over this country. But there's some like Madison, Tennessee, rolling hills. It looks just like Arlington. Go out there and look at all the boys. It was mainly boys back then, mainly males, ladies. Sorry, but go look at all those. Look at their ages. Look at them. Some of them they 18, 19 years old. Yeah, they didn't get to live their life. They didn't get to live their life. But they gave you yours. And that's why I fight for them. And I tell people, it don't matter that, some people, you don't have a long DD-14. I'm like, it ain't over though. My oath ain't over.
That's right. That's right.
So I get that's what riles me in my emotions, because I'll cry the right way. And that's what John Wayne said. Hey, you got to cry every now and then. It takes a man to cry.
Amen to that.
But
well,
that's the stuff though that people need to get back to that emotion of in the pride of this nation, and the pride the right way, not the war part. We shouldn't ever want the war, but if it comes down to it, we're gonna win it. It's like Toby Keith. We go. If it comes down to it, we gonna whoop your butt. But we don't want to. We don't want to have to go to war. But if Americans would get back to that passion and love, like those men love this nation, lying about their age at 14 years old, to go to war and probably not make it home, that takes a love like no other.
Amen. Amen. That is for sure. And hopefully we get back to that, everybody. We need to get back to that. So
I'm telling you, I get chill bumps. I get teary-eyed.
Well, you're passionate. I love that about you, Derek. So I think that's a great way to end this, everybody. Pay attention to Derek. I've said it all along. That's why he's here on my show, because he gives truth. So, and all those naysayers out there, sorry that you guys didn't want to listen to him, but it's coming to fruition for Derek and a lot of us that he's been telling us right. So with that, Derek, we'll see you in 2 weeks if you're not on the road.
Yeah, I don't even know what 2 weeks. 2 weeks is April, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, hell, if you want to come on here on a weekly basis, you are welcome to do that. I'm sure people would love that. But I know you're a busy guy.
Yeah, I don't know. Let's see, April, May. Oh, I don't even have to.
Yeah,
it'll
be.
So May the 1st or 3rd, I'll be at Trump Doral with Laura Trump and Charlie Ward and that crew. So.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about that. So, because I saw that you were going to go over there. So, what day is that?
So it's May the 1st through the 3rd.
Okay, so you're scheduled. Okay, so you're here. What's today? The 17th. You would be scheduled on the 31st to come back here. Do you want to reschedule that, or are you still going to be good to do that one?
31st.
Yeah, the next day you'll be at over there at whatever Trump's place.
Oh, well, I'll be in Miami, so
So you still want to do the show on the 31st? I have you scheduled right now, booked for the 31st.
Yeah, I'll be able. Okay. I think I'll be able to do it.
All right, Miami, cool. Yeah, you can give us an update.
I'm Irish. Laying out on the beach don't do anything to me, so that's why you don't catch me at the beach much. It's just, don't do anything for me. Every time I can lay out like a starfish and I'll look like a candy cane, and the sun hit the whole body, but I still look like a candy cane. I'm like, how does it do that? Like what? So, yeah.
Well, you can send it. Well, try to put on. Well, I won't even say sunscreen because we know sunscreen's not good for you. But stay out of the sun then over there.
Yeah, no. So I should be able to. I don't think. Of course, I can't play golf either because all of my injuries that I had. I can't play like that. And so they're playing golf like the first 2 days. So I'm like, I convinced them to let me drive one of the carts where I can talk trash to probably Charlie or somebody.
Oh, there you go.
But other than that, so I'm really not. I got my buddy who's in the room right now. I got a buddy. He's listening. He's going to be there with me. So there's no telling what. Well,
that's cool. Well, go enjoy your St. Patty's Day. Go drink some green beer, and everybody, happy St. Patty's Day. And we'll see you back here on the 31st. And Derek, again, big hugs. Congratulations to you. I'm very proud of you. Keep up the great work because you are killing it. I don't give a shit what anybody says. You're doing it. So thank you, Derek. And with that, everybody, God bless you all. Have a great night. Derek will be back here in 2 weeks. We will have Captain Kyle, and we will have Dallas from PPN on Wednesday. So, and then, I'm going to be, traveling. So actually kind of in your neck of the woods, Derek. I'm actually going to Dallas. So, so we'll see you guys here on Wednesday. And Derek, take care. God bless you. We'll talk to you soon. And look at your text message. I sent you a text message, FYI.
Okay.
All right. Yeah. Check it out. Let me know if that's that same dude.
Okay.
All right. Have a great night, everybody. Thanks, Derek.
See y'all soon. Thanks.
Take care. Bye-bye.
That's the Revival of America podcast on Telegram and Rumble. You can find those on Rumble, though, at J. Jareed. Derek Johnson. Pretty cool, huh? I was reading through Kennedy documents, So far, there's not, like huge revelations, but there's stuff. You could tell Israel had an interest in keeping it quiet. The CIA had an interest in keeping it quiet. They didn't want people talking about who might have done it or looking at them, but I don't know. A lot of Cuba stuff, so we'll look at more tomorrow. I wonder what the timetable of releases are. I don't know if they'll release some every day or 1,200 sort of a drop in the bucket in out of 80,000 files to throw at us. So I don't know, guys. Anyway, that's really all I got for you tonight. It's been a long one, actually. It was a pretty long show. March is moving pretty fast. It was warming up again today, and I really hope it stays warm this time. Anyway, I will be back on tomorrow night, probably around 7 o'clock again. That's it. That's all I got. Trying to think if anything else exciting is happening. No. All right, guys. I really appreciate you hanging out, though. I love you all. You guys are the best. Stay out of trouble. Have a good night. Get some sleep. I've been sleeping a lot lately. It's kind of weird. Even my brother stays up more than I do mostly, and lately he sleeps more than I do. It's weird. Something in the air. I don't know. God bless you guys. Much, much love. All that love. Love you guys, for real, though. I'll see you tomorrow.
We're continuing to work on things that you'll be hearing about in the near future, that even today, sitting here right now, you wouldn't believe it's possible. We have found the answers. We have found answers to things that people said would not be possible, certainly not in a very short period of time.
You get a shiver in the dark, it's raining in the park, but meantime, sound of the river, you stop and you hold everything. A band is blowing Dixie, double fall time. You feel alright when you hear the music ring. Well, now you step inside, but you don't see too many faces. Coming in out of the rain, they hear the jazz go down. Competition in other places, but the horns, they blowing that sound. Way on down south, way on down south, London town. Check out Guitar George, he knows all the chords. But it's strictly rhythm, he doesn't wanna make it cry or sing. If then an old guitar is all he can afford, when he gets up under the lights to play his thing, then Harry doesn't mind if he doesn't make the scene. He's got a daytime job, he's doing alright. He can play the honky-tonk like anything, saving it up Friday night with the Sultans, with the Sultans of Swing. And a crowd of young boys, they're fooling around in the corner, drunk and dressed in their best brown baggies in their platform soles. They don't give a damn about any trumpet playing band. It ain't what they call rock and roll. And the Sultans, yeah, the Sultans play Creole. Creole. the Sultans. We are the Sultans of Swing. way you do it. You play the guitar on the MTV. That ain't working, that's the way you do it. Money for nothing and your chicks for free. No, that ain't working, that's the way you do it. Let me tell you, damn guys ain't dumb. Maybe get a blister on your little finger. Maybe get a blister on your thumb. We got to install microwave ovens, custom kitchen deliveries. We got to move these refrigerators. We got to move these color TVs. To the little faggot with the earring and the makeup. Yeah, buddy, that's his own hair. The little faggot got his own jet airplane. The little faggot, he's a millionaire. We got to install microwave ovens, custom kitchen deliveries. We got to move these refrigerators. We got to move these color TVs. Move on, move on. Got it sticking in the cameraman. Oh, we could have some. And he's up there. What's that? Hawaiian noises. He's banging on the bongos like a chimpanzee. Oh, that ain't working. That's the way you do it. Get your money for nothing. Get your chicks for free. We got to install microwave oven, custom kitchen delivery. We got to move these refrigerators. We got to move these color TVs. Listen here, now, that ain't working. That's the way you do it. You play the guitar on the MTV. That ain't working, that's the way you do it. Money for nothing and your chicks for free. Money for nothing, chicks for free. Money for nothing, chicks for free. Ooh, and money for nothing, chicks for free. Money for nothing, chicks for free. All that money for nothing, chicks for free. Money for nothing, chicks for free.
People in our country illegally can self-deport the easy way, or they can get deported the hard way, and that's not pleasant. The Biden administration exploited the CBP One app to allow more than 1 million aliens to illegally enter the United States. Now my administration is launching the CBP Home app to give people in our country illegally an easy way to leave now and self-deport voluntarily. If they do, they could potentially have the opportunity to return legally at some point in the future. But if they do not avail themselves of this opportunity, then they will be found, they will be deported, and they will never be admitted again to the United States, ever again. You're never coming in. Using the CBP Home app to leave the United States voluntarily is the safest option for illegal aliens and our law enforcement. It also saves the U.S. taxpayer dollars and valuable CBP and ICE resources. And all of those resources are necessary to focus on dangerous criminal aliens. And that's what we're focused on. The CBP Home app is now available free across all mobile app stores. And I encourage those who have violated our laws to use this option today. Do it right and come back into our country. Do it wrong and you'll never be back again.
Today, every inhabitant of this planet must contemplate the day when this planet may no longer be habitable. Every man, woman, and child lives under a nuclear sword of Damocles, hanging by the slenderest of threads, capable of being cut at any moment by accident or miscalculation or by madness. The weapons of war must be abolished before they abolish us.
Take her out, cocaine. If you wanna get down, down on the ground, cocaine. She don't lie, she don't lie, she don't lie, cocaine.
always pray to have eyes that see the best, a heart that forgives the worst, a mind that forgets the bad, and a soul that never loses faith. In the midst of life's challenges, may you always find the strength to focus on the positive, let go of grudges, and maintain hope. Embrace the beauty in the world and in others, and keep your faith shining bright. After all, a hopeful soul is unstoppable.
God said, let the weak say that I'm strong, and let the poor say that I'm rich. Despite what we see, why is he telling us to say? Apparently the power is in the say. Apparently when you say I'm strong, strength shows up. When you say I'm healed, healing shows up. You don't say what you have what you say. You don't say that I'm hurting. You don't say if it ain't this is that. You don't say that I'm sick. You don't say that I'm broken. You don't say that I'm depressed. You don't say that I'm not well. You don't say that I'm not good enough. You don't say that I'm not strong enough. You don't say that you won't make it out. You say giants. The bigger they are, the harder they fall. You say I am strong. You say I am powerful. You say greater is he. You say all things are working out. You say the promises. It ain't denial. It's just dog. So you don't say that I got cancer. You say he was wounded for my transgression and bruised for my iniquity. The chastisement of my peace was upon him, and by Jesus' stripes I'm healed. You ain't gotta listen to what the world say. Of course you're supposed to be crazy. It takes crazy faith to believe that all things are possible. It takes crazy faith. So let the weak say that I'm strong. Let the poor say that I'm rich. Let the broken say that I'm whole. And let the sick say that I'm healed. In Jesus' name.
To start to mold a new reality closer to the heart, closer to the heart. The blacksmith and the artist reflected in their art. They forged their creativity closer to the heart. Yes, closer to the heart. Philosophers and plowmen, each must know his part to sow a new mentality closer to the heart. Yes, closer to the heart. Yeah.
people that are still waiting to meet you that will help you. There are places that are still waiting that you will go. There are hearts that are broken, waiting to hear the words that you have to speak. There are minds that are uncertain, waiting to see you standing in your power and your calling. And even though it feels right now like this is all consuming and never ending, there is purpose even in this pain. There is purpose even in this pain. And this pain will lead you to a place of healing. And that healing will create the story that you will tell that will change the lives of those behind you. And I know it's hard right now. And I know you want to give up. But I also know the world needs you.
you.